Ready or not, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome, and big welcome to the Millennium Machines members of the devs team here. We have Jake and 9Mile, and a huge thanks for them coming on and chatting with us today during this final stream in the series. We're gonna make some chips. Not 100% sure what kind of chips. Probably wood. I had thought about foam. I contemplated some plexiglass, but we'll kind of go from there. There are some big giveaways today. LDO has been nice enough to give a 50% off coupon to a Millennium Milo v1.5 kit. Now that is region locked, but it's pretty wide. It's US, Canada, EU, UK, and Australia. There is a form, there is extra bits of that form to make sure you understand the terms of that giveaway. So I'm excited and very grateful for LDO for providing that. We will also be giving away the CNC starter set, like we have every build, every episode in this series, and as usual, Polymaker Filament. So I'm not going to go through my usual hello to everybody. I want to welcome everybody that is here and thank you for being here. I want to thank Federico for being a member for 7 months. But I do want to get into talking with our guests here and beginning the process. So we're going to go through with the machine here. We're going to go through pre-flight checks and some talking about tramming and going through some of the motions, but we're not going to fully tram it in. That I don't think is, it can take a significant amount of time, and that's just going to have to be something that I dial in over time. So with that, I want to welcome Jake and 9Mile. Let's start with Jake. How are you, and what is your part in the Millennium team?
Yeah, hi. I'm not doing too bad actually. It's been a pretty good day. I'm technically the founder of Millennium. I'm the guy who started it all like 3 or 4 years ago. Nowadays, I actually kind of gave up my lead dev position the other day, and now I just kind of chill around doing projects. I design CASA, I design v1.5, and I'm designing a few other things in the background. So yeah, that's
Awesome.
me.
I'm going to pause here for a second. Now that you've spoken, I want to do a check from the viewers on if you heard Jake fine. Can you hear the music that should still be playing? Is any of it too loud or not? And Federico, thanks for the gifted memberships. So this is a new setup. It sounds like audio is great from one person. Audio is good from Dr. Dave. All good. I am so happy to hear that. That is perfect. And music works. This is awesome. So let's go on to 9Mile.
Hey, so yeah, I've been on the Millennium team for 8-9 months at this point, and I've mostly been working on the software side of things. So wrap firmware stuff, Millennium OS stuff, and a lot of the documentation work. So that's me.
Awesome. This is we will be getting into new configuration stuff probably in a future. Even if it's talking about it on my Discord or on Twitter or whatever, but I will be playing around with the new setups because it sounds like it's a huge user experience improvement. So yeah. So Jake, how did this start? You said you founded it. What was your how did it begin?
Absolute boredom, to be honest. It was complete and utter boredom that drove me to do it. So, do you want the long story or do you want the short story?
Let's go medium.
So, I was working in a summer camp in the UK between my first and second year of uni, and I went to university for outdoor education. And one thing led to another, and we bought ourselves a 3D printer. It was a CR10. And it was awful. I loved it. It was great, but it was so bad at the same time. And we bought it to make plates and things because going into town on the weekend where we didn't get fed by the company that we were working for was too tedious. So we just came back. And then I used that CR10 to build the MPCNC.
What year was that? What year was that on the CR10?
CR10. It was the first release of the CR10. It was the original CR10.
So like 2017-ish.
S, yeah.
Oh, S?
Like yeah.
S might have been a little later. My first printer was a CR10 that I bought in June of 2017. So I know your feeling of it's absolutely horrible but fun.
Oh yeah. I love stuff like that. So we bought that. I built myself an MPCNC. I think I did 3 cuts on it. And then kind of moved it into a shed that never ever got cleaned out. I was still at university at the time, and COVID hit. So I decided to teach myself to do some CAD stuff because at the time all I'd been doing was taking models off of Thingiverse and trying to impress my friends who weren't very impressed with 3D printing. Now that I think of it, and decided that I was going to set myself a little bit of a goal. I started off designing a computer case, which I still really want to make. And then I saw a couple of YouTube videos on the OpenBuilds mini mill and a guy who was improving them. I can't remember what the channel's called. He's been referenced a few times on the Discord. But I thought, you know what, I'm going to have some fun just designing this. I have absolutely no will in the world to make this a thing. And for some reason, I shared it on a 3D printing Facebook group, and then a CNC Facebook group, and then on Reddit. And I had a whole load of people get back to me about how they really wanted it to be a thing. So I ummed and ahed for a few months until eventually I fell to peer pressure and started actually doing it as a proper development thing. And that was when v1.1 started, well, what I call v1.1. And then like a year passed. I think I was spending every last like spare bit of money that I had at university on parts. So every month I would come up with like 20 quid that I could spend on the kit, on the parts. And eventually, over time, I managed to get the first prototype out there, put a few more videos on Reddit, and then people were like, okay, we're making this an official thing now. And yeah, it kind of snowballed from there.
It's awesome. These projects are a lot of fun, especially developing them and seeing the evolution and taking them really to another level from just something you're doing on your own. Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. It's a fun experience going from being an outdoor junkie and climbing up big walls and jumping off tall things to teaching yourself an entirely different skill set by yourself in a field that has mostly been, at that point in time, was mostly for people who actually went to university to do engineering.
9 Mile, how did you get into the Millennium group?
Sort of, not similarly, but it came from an outdoor thing as well. My original first 3D printer was an Anna A8 back in like 2013, I think, and I sort of dabbled in it a little bit, and it never really took off. But I knew.
And you still have your house, right? It didn't burn down.
No. It attempted to a number of times, but yeah, it lived on the kitchen table, and my housemates were pretty mistrusting of it. So it didn't get all that much use, and I didn't have enough time. I was working full time. I didn't have enough time to learn how to 3D model stuff. So my use was like limited to just downloading stuff off Thingiverse at the time and just seeing what I could do with that. But it never really took off. And then in 2021, a bit too soon, I quit my job and I ended up riding a dirt motorbike around in Spain and Portugal for 9-10 months. Something I've wanted to do for a long time. But essentially, the bike got pretty trashed. And when I got back to the UK, I spent 9 months in a friend's workshop, pretty much fully rebuilding the whole thing. And as part of that, I designed some parts to replace some bits and pieces on the bike. And one of them was something for the braking system that really needed to be made out of metal. So I 3D printed some prototypes using the printer that I bought in 2019, which is an Ender 5 Plus. So I printed prototype parts on that, and then took the design to a local machining shop and got them to make it out of metal. And they charged me 300 and something pounds for a one-off piece of material. Very well made and really nice, but 300 pounds for something that was that big. And I started just thinking, well, hold on a second, it would be really nice to be able to make metal stuff, like using a 3D printer. And I think I found either the DIY CNC subreddit or something like that pointed me in the direction of the Millennium Machines Discord. Joined the Discord, was sat in there for maybe 4 or 5 months before I decided to actually build Milo. At that point, there was no kit, it was all self-sourcing, so I spent probably 3 or 4 months getting all the parts and maybe another 3 or 4 months actually building the thing. Got the thing all put together, I think middle of last year, and made a first cut sort of June, July last year. Quickly followed by CASA because of the amount of mess that it made. But I also very quickly noticed that as soon as I'd built the machine, that I had no idea how to do CAM or how to even use probing or do anything like that. So that started my journey into the software side of things.
So Milo and Millennium Machines isn't necessarily something that's super easy to find. How did you find it in the first place? Because a lot of us learned about it when like Fabrico started putting parts on their page and stuff like that. I'm curious how, I know how I found other projects, but I'm curious how other people found projects.
I think there may have been a video from Dave, who is 3DP and me, one of the other devs on the team. I think he posted in either the DIY CNC subreddit or something like that, and I ended up watching a couple of his videos, and that was the trigger of just being like, oh cool, this is something that is small enough to fit in the space that I've got, and looks like it's capable enough to make the things that I want to make.
Okay.
So it's very much a sort of organic. I think I saw it around a couple of times and just thought, oh, this looks cool. Maybe I should investigate some more. But it was a very sort of slow process of actually getting involved in anything.
Dave is showing up in chat here. Hoping to have a good time. In and out with babysitting expensive robots, working on expensive parts. So I'm sad Dave couldn't be here, but this is good. There is we'll kind of cut into questions here in chat, and then we'll get into actually working on the machine here. But Nergolrod is asking about the controller and any plans on tweaking that for the kits. I know as far as the project itself, it's not controller dependent. You can do whatever setup you want. So I think we're talking specifically about like the kit that's available.
So I got to be really careful about what I say here. The kits that are available right now is the Melify CDY V3. If people don't know that, it's a RepRap firmware board. It was chosen initially because it was decently priced, and we were kind of transitioning from Gerbil at the time to RepRap firmware, and Gerbil's just an ancient firmware that hasn't been updated in years. So we're trying to move to something that was being more actively updated. As for future, we do have plans for something. We're not allowed to talk about them.
The basic idea is, even if there is a little bit of slow Wi-Fi or whatever, the current system seems to work, seems to function. seems to produce results,
Yeah.
right?
It works well enough at this point in time.
Awesome. I've been kind of cleaning up my workspace here, getting a little closer to ready to this. Before we go on, just because I can't help it, I gotta show this off for my regular viewers. Check this thing. We finished this yesterday, and you guys will see this. So for everyone's benefit, 9 Mile and Jake are on a delay because I was having trouble with OBS cutting the stream if I also shared my camera. So they're gonna see things a little behind. But one of the coolest things about this is the door opens with the handle. It's interior. Anyway, I'll get back on topic now. Let me put this away. So, okay. My Milo is running now, but I have a Duet 3 Mini laying around. Is there any benefit in swapping that in? I don't know. I don't know what the differences are in performance. There are going to be some basic config differences because the Team Gloomy implementation of RepRep firmware is slightly different from the Duet implementation, right? As far as you don't load the same firmware, you have to load a slightly different firmware, that kind of stuff. Is that accurate?
It's pretty accurate. So RepRep firmware is fairly board agnostic. Instead of having on top of having pin names like you do in something like Clipper, a lot of them are just pin labels. So like an X Max will be the same no matter what board you have, the X Max pins. There are some slight changes and things. So if you modify the config that we have out there currently, you could probably do it.
Okay.
I will say, in terms of benefits, you're not going to see any benefits just from having the new board, from what I can think of. But Duet now has some closed loop steppers that work with the Duet 2, I think. Is it Duet 2 or 2 or 3? I can't remember. So if you've got one lying around and you're willing to pay the extra for the NEMA 23 kits that they have, you might be able to do that. It's completely up to you though.
Awesome. So in between streams, I worked on the Milo a little bit in wire management, and I came up with some models to allow me to flip it on its back. Last stream we had some trouble, and we realized, Jake and I realized why I wasn't able to turn it on its side like he does. The suggestion on stream last week was just put it on its side, the X chain will flip or will flex out of the way. But the LDO model for this chain has an extra piece up here on the X stepper mount that keeps the cable chain from moving as freely as it would on Jake's. So I modeled some new rear feet with parts that stick back, so it's behind the Y stepper, and then a bumper here to protect the VFD, and that worked pretty well. I mean, you have to be careful. You want to make sure that the table is centered because it's center of balance is fairly narrow, but it did allow me to get under here and do some finish pulling some wires in and getting my USB port working. So that's really, I'm hoping that's all we'll have to talk about with it on its back. So let's move this around and show off. Yeah, this thing is heavy. I mean, you know that, but holy moly. There we go. This thing is a workout. So yeah, this is kind of showing the wire management there, a couple of parts that I modeled for it. So the feet here, a little plate here that gives me a spot to zip tie the extra VFD cable to. I didn't want to shorten that. The rest of the wires are all nice and routed. And then this bumper is made really for this VFD that comes in the LDO kit, but you could cut off this top part or modify it. I'll put all the files out there, as well as anything that I've tweaked on this are going to end up out on my GitHub, and then whoever needs them, or if you guys want any of it, you're welcome to it. Yeah, but I'm pretty happy with that. It allows me to work on it a little easier, and definitely doesn't have any hanging wires that are bugging me. So, let's see if there's anything here in chat. Hey, Laura. From the car. Looking nice. Good afternoon. If you think it's heavy now, add extra height steel FMG. Oh, I bet. Someone asked earlier, if someone's self-sourcing, is there really considerations that they should take into account when selecting a VFD? And you're muted still. There you go.
Yeah. It depends on what you're looking for. Your considerations are regional dependent for a start. It's a lot easier to find a VFD that works on mains power in Europe and most of the rest of the world than it is in the US. My suggestion, because they're all fairly generic, I'm hoping that with Milo in future, there's actually going to be some decent companies that get behind VFD production, the same way like hot end production is. But currently, they're fairly generic. So what I would do is I would look around on other communities, some of the ones that, the VFDs that we suggest, for example, or go over to the, not the MPCNC website, the PrintNC website, and have a look what they suggest as well. Those are two good resources. Other than that, do your own research into what makes a good VFD, a VFD good. If you're just looking at getting a VFD that you manually control, you can't really go wrong. Make sure that it's a VFD that either has grounding wires already attached or can be grounded. There are a lot of them out there that just simply can't be grounded. We had an issue with that on the first spindle that LDO sent us for testing. But yeah, and check your frequency range as well, as Dave's just said.
So for my build here, I do have 220 volts available in the garage. So LDO provided the same spindle and VFD setup as the European kits. So, and it works. I think we're ready to power it on. So let me get this on, and hopefully the fan on the VFD is, I think, the loudest thing on the machine when it's not running. Hopefully I think my noise canceling will take care of it though. Voltage range, getting close to 2 years. Thanks for being a member, Mark. And if I miss any things in chat, feel free to re-ask. It's going to be much more difficult for me to follow chat today. Hey, Alan, welcome. Can't be throwing chips all over the studio. Yeah, there's lots of little things that can be done. I saw some chatter about chip management and keeping them out of the rail holes and stuff like that so things don't get caught. That's a good idea to pay attention to. So the machine is up, and we have Duet Web Control here up and running and active. So Dave English, thanks for being a member. Now for the expensive part, tools, fixtures, etc. Yeah, that proper work holding and end mills add up so fast. So.
Oh yeah, tooling is one of the biggest expenses you'll have in a machine like this, and fixturing. It's one of those things, it's like, it's the same way as a 3D printer. You'll end up in the first year probably spending the same amount on filament as you would the whole printer.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a big printer like I am, like you are, like everyone in the chat is. It's just one of those, you've got to consider end mills as consumables and not just tools, in a way.
Yes. Something I wanted to note that for those of us in the US that are buying these and building these and using the LDO kit, it only comes with metric collets. So it comes as a 6mm and 3mm collet. Those are too tight for 1/4" end mills. You trying to put it in there, I would be concerned about slipping and cutting yourself on an end mill. So I purchased a set of ER16 collets for the common imperial sizes. But I don't know that that's something I would necessarily change, but I think it's something for buyers to be aware of, because it comes with end mills and extra bits in metric. But if you want to expand your available end mill options, I would get some extra collets. I purchased I found them on Amazon, but these are supposed to be a good brand. It is Technics brand. And they seem to be pretty nice. They were recommended to me by Turtle here in chat a while back. Pathetic Puma, thanks for being a member. And Beard Bucket, thanks for the gifted memberships. Never stretch a collet, they normally have a range. 9 Mile and Jake, if you guys could say something in chat, I'll make you moderators so you can paste links if you need to during the stream. I just realized that looking at Dave being a moderator here. That's why I'd done that before when he was hanging out with us. Having lots of fun building Linux CNC Milo. Thanks for being a member, Bill. Thanks for being a member, Jim. It's all coming up now. Can you guys hear me?
I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Did you say something in chat?
I can't load chat.
You can't load chat? Okay, you won't be pasting anything anyway.
No, it's just sat there blank.
Really? That's weird. If you want to post with the Millennium Machines account, Jake, I'll make you a moderator. Just say something in chat. Oh, there you are. Okay. Add as moderator. Save. Okay, so you're there, and there. You're even a member. Save. Loving all the gifted memberships from everyone.
What am I a member? Oh, that
You
must have been early in the stream.
received a gifted membership. Yeah, because I saw you were gray before. What is the ultimate software direction Milo is headed? Linux CNC or sticking with RepRap?
It depends on what you want. For the demographic that we have coming from 3D printing, Linux CNC can be very daunting. If you think Clipper's daunting as an install, Linux CNC is like 10 times harder. So we are thinking of supporting it, but that's going to be more for the kind of advanced users. So if you're coming from 3D printing, go the RepRap route. If you're comfortable with the RepRap route and comfortable with your machine after a while, and you want something more powerful, you can move up to Linux CNC.
And it sounds like there's, for the RepRap firmware stuff, just going back to the Millennium OS stuff, just the little bits I've seen, it'll be cool to see what that, how that evolves.
Yeah, the
That'd be
main,
awesome.
the
You go
main
ahead.
difference with RepRap firmware and Linux CNC is Linux CNC is designed from the ground up to be a CNC thing, so it has all of that probing stuff built in. RepRap firmware is very bare bones when it comes to that. You essentially have to write it yourself or do it manually, so that's the difference. And Millennium OS is sort of designed to bridge that gap, at least in some senses.
And RepRap firmware is really centered around being flexible. So it doesn't do a lot for you, but you can do a lot in macros.
Yeah, correct. It's a really powerful language.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to start. We're going to get into the pre-flight checks because this is basically where we left off last time. We did check end stops. We are going to be here at these docks. So this is the Millennium Machines documentation for this. And I think we can go down to the assembly guide, right? And pre-flight checks. So we are opting to stick with the configuration as I got working, which is one version old, basically, as I got working right after stream last week. There is an update to this, but since mine's functioning, we didn't want to break it for the first tries. If we have time later in stream, I might, after we do the first cut, go back and do a config update and see if it continues to work. But at least we won't be stuck on something and not able to do our first cuts here today. So these are, so we start going through here and we have our axes directions and then end stop queries. So the idea is you go into the RepRap firmware interface and you can send in the console M119 and it'll give us a message of what the status of the end stops are. And if I reach over here and trigger the X end stop or the Y end stop and hit it again, you'll see that now Y is at max stop instead of not stopped. So what is the correct behavior of the tool setter when you are checking end stops? I expected Z probe to trigger, but it didn't. And I ran into this too, and I think I figured it out. But do you guys have an explanation of how the tool setter should be queried and behave?
The tool setter itself isn't an end stop; it's a Z probe. So if it's configured as a Z probe, it will show up in the web interface in the top right-hand corner, rather than as an end stop status.
Now I said Z stop, but I really meant there is a Z probe here in the M119 as well. If you look there at the end, it does, and that doesn't change depending on this. And I think that's because the identifier in Duet in RepRap firmware for the probe is not what this is querying. It's a different in RepRap firmware, probes and tools and stuff like that have a number basically associated with them. And I don't think this one is probing it. But if you, and I can't actually get to there. Let me disable chat for just a moment. Because you'll be able to see up there right behind chat. Why didn't that go away? Why didn't that go away? That was weird. That should go away. I have two chats up there. What is causing that? Okay. Let's go there. So you see up there, Z probe here, right above the Z coordinate, Z probe. If you watch that and I trigger the tool setter, now it's getting a signal. It's triggered, right? Am I on the right track here?
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah. So, hey Grant, welcome, and welcome all the making awesome folks that are probably coming in from Grant's stream. I appreciate it. Okay, so all of the end stops are working here. Let me turn chat back on. And unfortunately, I have to change scenes in order to do that, because I need to figure out which scene is doubling up chat up there. Same for the touch probe when configured, yeah. What'll happen is right next to that, right below that Z, the Z probes, there'll be two numbers there. There'll be two zeros, and whichever one you trigger will change to the other state. Yeah, M119 queries a probe with ID 0. And if we go in here just to kind of follow that squirrel a little bit, if we go down here to where the probe is configured, it's K1, it's part 1. I think if I change this to 0, it would show up in that 119. If I say K0 there, then it would, but it's not important. As long as we know how to reference it and query it, it doesn't matter. McDonald, thanks for the gift of memberships. Go ahead.
There's a caveat with probe ID 0, which is that it's the only one that can be filtered. So with some touch probes, you need to run the touch probe on ID 0.
Got it. Okay, that's good to know. And there, I mean, for anything that's a little weird in here, I've found that there's some reason. Coming from not being super familiar with RepRap firmware, I've been trying to go through this, and I've used the questions. Like, I couldn't figure out why that wasn't showing up on the M119 last week, and I spent probably about an hour just pouring through the RepRap firmware documentation, and finally figured out you can query it specifically with a G31, and figured that out.
The other thing that's really helpful for debugging anything is the object model browser, which shows all of the internal information in the thing. But you have to, it's a plugin for Duet. You have to enable it in the settings.
Okay. I'll leave that as out of scope for this video, or for this stream.
Probably best.
So instead of going through and clicking every end stop, I've done it. End stop queries are passing. Let's home it. I think that's probably the next thing, is let's home it. Now, an interesting thing, I learned something as well when I was homing it the first time. And I'll explain it once we do it. But let me just kind of move this to, are you still there? I had a change in my audio. Can I hear either of you guys?
I'm here.
Yes, okay.
I'm silly.
I just had something change, so it made me panic. Okay, so we are going to home. So I'm basically just gonna go in here and I'm gonna home X, just X for the first time. And I was surprised when I did this because Z moved up, but I can explain that in a moment. So if I just click home X, we're gonna see Z move up, and I was like, oh crap. And then I was glad that it actually stopped at the end stop. So now it's going to home X, so that works. And then we can home Y. Now, the thing that surprised me about home X, I knew I could go into the macro for that, the config file for homing. And if I go down here to wherever home X was, I go and open home X, we'll see that the sequence of commands is it moves Z up 125 millimeters in its first move command here. And then that H1 is a RepRap firmware parameter for G1 that says move until an end stop is encountered, and set that as your max, whatever your max travel value is. There are other things you can do there. You can do other H parameters that have different behaviors. And something I thought was interesting, I wonder if there's a way to do this in Clipper, because this is really handy. This would be really handy in especially like end macros or start macros in a printer where your last print ended near your max travel, but your homing macro goes like 20 millimeters in a direction that would be past that. It'd be nice to put do it until you hit an end stop and then move on type thing. And I don't know if that's possible. It'd be, it just got the train of thought that I went down when I saw that. So anyway, then it does the rest of the homing stuff. So it homes, yay. So now our steps per millimeter calibration. This has been done for the kit in the default configs. So it's not something that we would normally actually be worrying about for this, correct?
Generally, the default steps per millimeter is going to be accurate. Motors and lead screws are accurate enough for that to be pretty good. Unless something, you run something and your The dimensions that you measure of whatever you've machined are way out. It's probably not worth looking at, just using the defaults.
Yeah, that's the same mindset we use in 3D printing, because if you have something, and on 3D printing, if you have something that's not coming out to measurement, it's probably other factors, extrusion multiplier, or stuff like that, that's causing it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that leave as it is for now. If you have issues with your measurements later on, that's when you touch it.
Yeah. Now, something I haven't done is check backlash compensation. So using an indicator, check all your axes for backlash by moving them back and forth and checking for variance. So would this simply be attaching so I want to try to use the included tools in the CNC starter set as much as possible for these pre-flight checks. So I imagine I will grab the dial test indicator and the little holder and secure this somewhere, and then just kind of try to move the axes back and forth. Is that the...
Initial test wise, grab the bed and try and move it. Grab the table and try and move it against the axes and see if there's any obvious play in the movement just by hand. Because that catches the first level of backlash, which is that there's actually movement between the two anti-backlash nuts on each axis.
Okay.
For actually measuring it, Jake's got the tools.
Yeah, so these are a bit of a niche tool. They are pretty good to have on hand. So for those of you who don't know, this is a dial indicator, and then this is a dial test indicator. They're both comparison tools, and whilst you can get away with using a dial test indicator to check for backlash, it's probably worth investing in one of these for doing that. You can buy a cheaper one for under 20 bucks nowadays, and they'll get the job done. The only reason I'd recommend this over that is the travel on this is less than a couple of millimeters. So the range that you're testing over is a lot smaller, whereas this is like 2 centimeters. So you get you'll get a better measurement with something like this. Alternatively, you can also just grab a set of calipers, and you know the depth gauge that you have on the back of a caliper. Literally just tape it down to a solid object, or print something to hold it down. Get that depth gauge as far out as possible. Right, put it level with the x-axis or whatever axis you're wanting to move, and just ram it up against that depth gauge. That's the kind of low-tech method of doing it. And most people in this hobby will have a set of calipers with them.
Did the stream cut off? Someone just says, has the stream just cut off for anyone else? It should still be going. Hey, Jay. Smooth stream for me. Okay. It's still going. We, just a quick note, we have a little over 300 people here. We want to try to get 300 likes by giveaway time, which is in 2 hours and 15 minutes. Just another thing. So you expanding on what you said, a dial test indicator, the movement is in an arc. So this is a relative measuring tool. And a dial indicator, the movements is linear, and it can be used for actual measurements. You can use it especially when you're setting things up and you want to move something 10 millimeters over. You can set up a fixture to do that easily, but you can't do that. Even if you only wanted to move it within the range of this, that is not a actual measurement, right?
Yeah, you're correct. It's not an actual measurement. There is some maths you can do to make it an actual measurement, but it requires setting up gauge blocks so you have a known angle with things, and it's not worth doing. Save yourself a bunch of headache. Just get a dial indicator or a caliper.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess the idea was see if I can even feel any movement, right?
Yeah, that's a good first step. So literally just shake the bed back and forth to see if there's any y-axis backlash, and then side to side to see if there's any x-axis backlash.
So there's zero detectable y-axis, but there is on x. But I have not adjusted the lead screw nuts. So let's do that.
Yeah, you could do that. I didn't see the bit of stream that you did it on, but I caught it when I was helping out with Nero's stream. Did you make sure that you preloaded the anti-backlash nuts before installing them? If you didn't, it's fine. We can fix that now. But it does help to being able to skip this for people who are going to do the bit.
They are very close, but they could. I think it just needs a little bit of like a quarter turn or even less than that. It probably needs far less than that. I don't remember which side it was on. That was the adjustment though. Is it the idler side or is it this side? It's the idler side. I can feel it because of the step in the, oh shoot, it's basically the same. Well, let's find out. Let's get in here. One side should turn, the other side shouldn't. Okay, so that shouldn't. So I did the stepper side. I'll use long boy here.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Huh?
Luckily, luckily the backlash that you do have is in the easier one to adjust. The y-axis is a lot harder to adjust.
Yeah, so I just turned those like, yeah, and that's gone. That's gone. There's no detectable play there at all. So, and then it should still move okay. So let's, yep. Nice.
Something worth mentioning now is that if you do, for whatever reason, can't figure out where some backlash is coming from, Duet 3.5 now has software backlash compensation, which should only be used as a last resort. But if you do have something you just can't figure it out, you can measure your backlash, enter it into your config, and then it will do a software compensation for it.
Awesome. Okay, so next is tramming the work surface, and Jake and 9 Mile and I had a little pre-meeting here talking about this on Friday, getting ready for this guest setup. And there's a few different ways to do this. There's ranging from the quick and dirty method all the way up to spending hours and hours to dial it in with various measuring points. Do you want to kind of go through them and I'll demonstrate just kind of the different, what are the things that we want to tram? Now, just a second, I'm going to paste a link to a video that's recommended. This is not something that I would save this. I wouldn't go and watch this right now, but this is the squaring and tramming a DIY CNC mill video. And I've watched this a few times and it is very helpful. But on the order of what you would recommend new kit builders and new people to CNC, what are the steps we should take to get things lined up? Monkey Butler Labs, thanks for the gift of memberships. I think that was for Jake.
Yeah, sorry, I was just fixing some stuff on my end.
Oh, no worries.
So essentially, it comes up to basically how well you built your machine in the first place. If you're someone like me who just throws parts together and likes to hit them with a hammer and say that it's done, you're probably going to have to do a lot more work than someone like Steve, who actually pays attention to his builds a lot better than I do, for example. So essentially tramming is just making sure that your spindle, or your tool in this case, is coplanar with your work surface. And there's a few ways to do it. Starting from the very beginning, and everyone should do this even if they're planning on doing the more complex versions of tramming, is something called a dirty tram. And a dirty tram is taking two 1-2-3 blocks that are the same relative height, lowering the head of the spindle down to the table and putting the two 1-2-3 blocks underneath the shoulders of the spindle. You then loosen off your spindle mount. Make sure it's you put some downward pressure on the spindle so that it is level with the shoulders of the bed, and that way you've got a roughly good starting point for a tram. Or if you're just planning on cutting woods or small objects, or you're using small end mills only, that's a good enough tram. It is worth saying that the bigger you go in end mill size, the more tram error occurs. So if you're only using 3mm or 1/8 inch end mills, a dirty tram should be good enough. Whereas if you're using a fly cutter or a big 25mm face mill, your tram error is going to show up a lot more there.
This is this. Oh, go ahead.
No, you finish what you were going to say.
This is also something, kind of looking at other things. This is something that tramming the work surface to the cutting direction is done. You should make sure you have your X and Y axes perpendicular to each other first, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And that is really best done during the build. There's not a lot you can do on this machine to fix that after it's built, right?
Yeah, so do pay attention to your build. It is really important that you do. Once you get to the point of tramming, you want to make sure that you don't have anything. It's kind of like when TAP was released, everyone was saying that TAP was great, but it showed how badly you built your machine. Because it would show like twists in rails and things like that. That is what tramming is. Tramming shows you how well you initially built your machine. You build it well from the start, it's going to be a much easier thing to do, and you're going to have much less headaches.
Yeah, I put the test indicator in the spindle and ran it across the back of Y here, and I was within 0.05 millimeters across the entire travel length.
Yeah, that's a good starting point.
So okay, so dirty tram, what's the next thing we want to do?
So after a dirty tram, you can do what's called a medium tram, or an easy tram, where you tram the plate surface to the spindle rather than the other way around, and that's pretty. It's not an easy thing to do, but it's easier than having to take everything apart and do a proper full body tram. So with the LDO kits, they come with. Ooh, give me a second just to reach over and remember where I actually put them. I've lost them. It's absolutely fine. So they'll come with shim stock. The LDO kits come with shim stock. And what you want to do is you want to measure your tram, and we'll talk about that towards the end. Mark down your high point and your low point, and then using the shim stock, you can place that under the four corners of the bed. Obviously, if you don't have a bed because you're self-sourcing, it's going to be a lot harder to do. You can't do this method. But most of the LDO kits, which is what most of everyone's running, will come with that plate. And you're using that shim stock to effectively compensate for any of that tilt. and you're going to tram back to front and left to right. It can take a while. Normally it takes about an hour for someone who kind of knows what they're doing. For someone who's new, an hour and a half, 2 hours just to get it perfect. But you can get it good enough within half an hour for most people. Sound like you wanted to say something?
Now, if we are putting shim stock under the corners of this plate, is there any concern with the rigidity at the center then?
Not necessarily. It's a big, thick piece of aluminium, right? And you are, if you're fixturing anything, you're fixturing directly into the plate, not underneath the plate to pull it down. That makes sense. So as long as that bit of aluminium stays flat, which it should do under the loads that we're putting on them, it should be fine.
Now this is a very pretty blasted finish plate, but someone could also run a surface, once you get it really close, and run a surface pass on it to make it perfect to the spindle, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that on one of our plates, just because they're really pretty. You don't want to mess them up. They are within a standard. At least we spec a standard for flatness, and that's more than good enough for what you should be.
What is that spec?
Right? It's on the GitHub. I will have a look at it. Just give it a second. Sorry about this. I'll
no, you're good. You're fine. We've gone through this stuff. I'm kind of trying to learn myself as well. So kind of getting my mind around what are the order of operations for properly dialing in a machine, properly tramming it. What does the column, when does that play into? Do you adjust, or is that, so you're talking about a table tram, but then the next steps would be just go through the column first and then go on to that?
Yeah, so a full tram is you are tramming the nod, so you're back to front tram by shimming the column itself. Yeah. So if it's tilted to the back, you'd put shims at the back of the column to bring it into tram forwards. If it's tilted forwards, which is most likely the case because that's the direction of the majority of the weight, you do the exact opposite. Once you've brought that into tram, you would then tram left to right, and you would do that at the spindle. So you would loosen up a couple of the bolts. So the spindle mount bolts, not enough so that they're not, that you can move the spindle, you can kind of rotate it, but not enough that the spindle will actually just fall out. And you're literally just taking a machinist hammer or just any old thing that you have that's not going to damage the spindle, and you're tapping it so that it rotates in the direction that you want. And then you're going to do all of that again, because you can often end up messing up your front to back tram a little bit when you change your your side to side tram. So it's kind of a balancing act of getting them, of checking, of making a measurement, adjusting for the measurement, and then checking the opposite direction, and then having to do that until you're happy with it. That's why I say it takes a lot longer to do this kind of tramming.
Yep. We've talked about the adjustment points. Where are the measuring points for that?
So you can measure. What do you mean by measuring points?
Well, how do you measure whether it's tilted forward or back or side to side?
Oh, so there's two ways. If you have a set of 1, 2, 3 blocks, which at a hobby level should be good enough, and they're cheap enough to buy, you can buy a set for $10. If you have a set that you are confident are within the same height tolerance that you're trying to work with, you set them to either side of the direction you're trying to measure. So if you're trying to measure side-to-side tram, you put them on either side of the x-axis. Does that make sense? So if you just set that up on screen, and I'll tell you if it's right.
So for forward and back, you set the, where did I put my 1, 2, 3 blocks? You set the 1, 2, 3 blocks down here, right? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm just waiting for stream to catch
Oh,
up.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, I even forgot about the delay. Oops. So down here, is that correct?
So what I can see is you've done that tram on the rails. It should be on the plate itself, like
On the
work
plate.
table.
But
Yeah, on the work table.
But if we're going for a more complete, shouldn't we tram this to the motion system rather than to the table? Because we're sitting on extrusions. This isn't necessarily flat, right? But I see what you're saying. But I see what you're saying.
Yes and no. So I get where you're coming from, but you can't always trust your rails, because believe it or not, even MGN 20 rails, or HGR 20 rails, the big chunky boys, will deform under the tension that you put on through the bolts when you're securing them to extrusion. They will deform, so they can't be they're not a trusted surface anymore. If that makes sense.
Yes, I get that. There isn't a spec for that actual measurement. There's a spec for the other axes, right? For them to be straight, but not bowed.
Yeah, exactly. So you could have bowed rails. So you need a single datum point, effectively. And your single datum point is always the work area. You could even tram to a vise if you so wished. So if you didn't have a fixated plate, by the way, it's for the tolerances that we give for flatness, it's 0.05 millimeters across the length of the table is your flatness tolerance. There is no parallelism tolerance because it's not required for tramming. But there's a flatness tolerance of 0.05 millimeters.
Okay.
And that's over 350 millimeters.
Got it. So if I set, and we want to make sure we're clean here, clean on our surfaces, no dust or anything. If I set this on here and flat against the column, it is there is no, I shouldn't say that. There is a very small detectable movement. Now that is in, it needs to move back a hair according to this. Now, is it easiest to just guess at a small shim and try it? Or is there a measurement I can take?
So you can take measurements. Generally, it would be using a dial test indicator, and you would install the dial test indicator with either an arm or the wider you can get of a measurement. So it's the better, the easier it is to make the adjustment. But if you just have a dial test indicator, they should come with little pins that attach to the mounting points on the side. And what you're going to do is you just install that under your spindle and you run it over your flatness standard. So that could be 1, 2, 3 blocks.
Okay, we talked about this, and now I'm getting it. Turtle Crawler mentioned, and he's correct. I was looking towards the column here, but that really doesn't matter because this stack up of things may not be perfectly parallel to the spindle. So you're right. We need to do this to the bed still, but we talked about putting 1, 2, 3 blocks here as our reference to tram against. But we also have the bed itself. If you have a good bed like this, you can use this directly, right?
Yeah, you can do that. If you don't have one of the beds, an A4 sheet of glass or a pre-printed glass bed is the kind of next step down. They're pretty precision enough, and you would just lay that over the top of the table itself. Make sure it's got a little bit of downward pressure, not so much that it's bending, but it's not going to move on you. And you can use that as a flatness reference, and that will give you a good average flatness over the extrusions.
So if I put this
obviously that's not as good as having a ground fixture plate like we have in the LDO kits, but
right,
it's good enough if you don't have anything else.
so if I put this in here at a point where I can actually read the... Now, anybody building one of these is going to be best off getting some additional mechanisms for, getting some additional mechanisms for attaching measuring equipment to the machine, right?
Yeah, so like LDO's done a really good job at including a lot of stuff that you will need for CNC in their kit, but every setup is different, and the amount of tooling that you can accumulate over time or things to make your life easier just can't be included in the kit. There's just too much of it.
Yeah.
It grows exponentially.
So with the items that I have here, it does not appear that I can easily, I might not be able to easily get to the table here. So I'm going to use the 1, 2, 3 block method, I think.
Okay.
So, hey there, GPs. So I think the message here also in chat is I'm learning here. So and fortunately I have folks in chat and here as our guests that have done this before and can give a better, a little bit of explanation and correct me when needed. So let's move that up a little bit. Sorry for the squirrel. Tramming a whole machine can be very repetitive and very subjective. Yes. So we're kind of talking about this, but for these first cuts, my first cut is actually going to be an engrave. I decided, but I'm going to be going back through this and doing a significant amount of additional learning and playing around with it. So, but I did want to cover some of this. Put that about the middle of the thing, and then we can put this back in here and get a little better I'm hoping, I don't know if I'll be able to get a great angle for the camera on this. Okay, so now this can turn around, and if we put it here and here and hit the flat parts of the 1, 2, 3 blocks on both sides, I should be able to see what that is. Okay, so then I can bump this down. And that dial indicator likes to hit. It sits in there crooked, but
it's fine if it sits in there crooked, because all you're looking for is a difference. You're just measuring, you're just comparing.
Well,
so
my concern is that this side of the dial test indicator hits first. See, it's sitting in here crooked this way. Alan, thanks for becoming a member. You see what I'm saying? It's not sitting straight in the holder.
So I kind of get what you're saying. Like, instead of being flat like that, it's that end
Yeah.
is slightly lower than.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
And I wasn't. I don't know
So
why that's doing
there's
that.
not much I can do there.
okay.
That might just be a quality issue. What you can do is you can try and straighten the tip out a little bit more, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that will give you a bit more. Will that work?
I don't think it'll give me enough length to clear it, but it does touch before the other end, so I think I'm okay. But I'm gonna have to look at this whole setup and see what's going on. I basically zero that out on that one. Now we can move this around. We're relying on these two 1, 2, 3 blocks being the same height. Here, we can test that by taking measurements, turning this around, and getting it in here. And
just on your point of you're relying on the two 1 to 3 blocks being the same height, you definitely are. If you want to do a more proper version of them, it's a bit more expensive, but you can get some parallels. So these over here are ground in pairs, so they're always the same height relative to each other, and they're always parallel. So the top face is always parallel with the bottom face. These are typically what you would use in industry, but 1, 2, 3 blocks are fine at a hobby level.
we can check our 1, 2, 3 blocks by taking a measurement here now. So one side, and then and this needs to be just to the point of just barely rubbing so it gets over that lip of the thing, right?
Yeah. Do you mind if I drop a couple of links in chat just to show some other tools that you can use to
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. If you take a measurement across these two, here we are, and then swap the 1, 2, 3 blocks, and if you get the same results, then you know that they're the same height. So right now we are measuring the rotation around Y. So we would be measuring side to side tilt of the column, right?
Yep, exactly.
So
that's your left and right.
If the lead screw where the hand wheel is at the front of the machine, we're rotating we're checking the rotation of the bed around that lead screw.
Yeah, so you're checking for the rotation around Y. So when you say when you obviously you have an x-axis, y-axis, z-axis, but you also have axes around other axes, so they're called rotational axes.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're doing tramming, despite the fact that you're doing it along the x-axis, so left and right, you're doing it around the y-axis.
Mm-hmm.
So it's also called about the y-axis.
So Turtle is saying that I'm incorrect on just a sanity check of whether the 1, 2, 3 blocks are the same height. I don't quite get that. If you swap them and you get the same measurements on each side, so let's say it's 0.05 high over here, and you swap them and you're still 0.05 high over here, it should indicate that they are at least the same height in this setup, right?
I think what Turtle is referring to, I'm not sure, is cosine error. So here's a weird thing that happens. You can put a dial indicator facing straight down on a absolutely flat bed that's tilted at 2 degrees or whatever, and you would expect the indicator to read different heights across the axes, but because of cosine error, it will still read the same readings, despite the fact that it is actually changing. It's a complicated thing. I don't quite understand it all the way, but I think that's what he's referring to.
Okay, so if we're at a certain measurement there, and then we just move this one under it, and if we're at the same measurement, then they're the same height, and we are the same measurement.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Liz. Calipers aren't going to be accurate enough for this, the GPs. Now, if I set them on my surface plate with the dial test indicator set up in a spot and rub the 1, 2, 3 blocks under it, run it under it, you can tell that as well. And you can tell if they are parallel surfaces as well. Which everyone I've tested so far has been pretty much perfect. Okay, so establishing that the 1, 2, 3 blocks are the same height, then we can check to see how close we are in the rotation around the y-axis by checking these two measurements, right? Comparing these.
Yep, effectively you're comparing the reading from the left block to the right block, and then figuring out which direction the tilt is in.
And then for lean, I guess, forward and back lean, rotation around the X lead screw, you just rotate your assembly here 90 degrees.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Instead of having your blocks on the left and right side, you'd have them in the back and forward sides.
Mm-hmm. And I am very close. I mean, I measured 20 on the test indicator on both sides. I think the care I took in the assembly of this has resulted in a lot less fine tuning at the end here. There is still going to be some, because it's not to the point where it could be, but I think it's very close.
I think if you can get away with 0.05 over a distance of about 100 millimeters, obviously you can't do that with the setup that you currently have.
Right.
But if you can get away with that, or an equivalent to that, you're actually in like you're sitting very pretty to have that kind of tram on Milo.
I did order from Amazon a little extension arm that articulates, so I can put the test indicator on the end of it and then move it around to a point where I can get whatever arc I can get away with. So ideally, I think we would go at the extents of Y as far over as we can, and then just use that for both sides. It's probably good enough.
So here's the thing that people don't always get with tramming. Tramming's, like I said earlier, it's not a measurement thing, it's a comparison thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you do get tools on principles. I'm about to look it up and actually post one. You do get tools where it's as simple as a bar with 2 holes on either end,
Mm-hmm.
right, that you print out, and that they clamp to, one side clamps to a dowel pin, the other side clamps to your dial indicator.
Mm-hmm.
And you can use either a dial test indicator or a dial indicator, it doesn't matter. And so long as it bends, so it doesn't need to be straight, so long as it bends consistently from one side to the other, right, you can measure the tram like that.
Okay.
Does that make sense in your head? So it doesn't need to be a solid piece of aluminium or steel to do it. You can do it with a plastic part, so long as A, it bends consistently, and B, the needle isn't imparting enough force to change that measurement.
To flex it, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you would still be, it would be at the end of an arm and you rotate it to either side to compare.
Yeah, exactly that.
Compare the difference. So you could print a part theoretically that is stiff enough to do the job.
Yeah, I've done it in the past.
So similar for my Shapeoko here, I was playing around with stuff and I printed this, which I was just checking to where the, around the rotation of what this could reach, right? So this clamped to a 1/4 inch dowel that was chucked in the spindle on the Shapeoko, and then I can move this around. Is that basically the same idea, but with a test indicator on the end?
Yeah, basically the same idea.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, SST. I've had that SST tramming tool in my Amazon shopping cart for a while. It's $100 though, and it never goes on sale. And I'm not. Oh, you got a printable. Let's look to see what this looks like. Anybody can click on that link.
Yeah, so the dual test indicator ones I would actually avoid, because unless you're getting a very high grade one, you can't ensure, unless you have two of the exact same indicators that are also high grade, and the tramming tool itself is also an extremely high grade one. You can't be sure that they have the same, that they will tram the same on both sides, or that they fit exactly the same on both sides. You're better off just using a single indicator that has that's more consistent.
You would have to be taking relative measurements and then taking the difference and then dividing by 2 or whatever to get the actual difference between them. When you have two dial indicators, you're not 100% sure measuring exactly the same, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you need to zero both out on the same point on your table to start. Okay, that makes sense. I think the goal here was to have gone through the things that we would do to tram this. I know that mine is very close, and it's especially close enough to do some first cuts here. So we're not gonna actually go through and make adjustments and stuff. And I know I've been reminded that I need to put Loctite on these 4 bolts on the bottom, and I will be doing that when I go through and set up my final tram. I just don't want to re-Loctite those over and over. But I know that when I go to do my final tram, it's going to be very meticulous and take me a very long time. So, but the where we're at right now is within what would be considered a usable range.
Yeah, just I'd say what you have now, just don't go over an end mill that's 6 millimeters in diameter, and you shouldn't notice tram issues.
Gauge blocks are a way to have a basis for reference. Yeah, there's a lot of tooling that I need to buy, especially if I'm going to actually use some of this stuff to the extent I want to. Not if, but when I use it. I don't remember what the purpose, but LDO includes these 10 millimeter gauge pins in the CNC starter set. What are these best used for?
So you can set relative positions with them. If you know how you use a bit of paper to check for your Z-axis, to set your Z offset, you can do the same thing with gauge pins. But you can do them in all 3 axes. So you do them in the Z-axis, and you would then know that your Z-axis is 10 millimeters away from the top of the part. If you do it in your X and Y axes, you know that your X and Y axes are 10 millimeters plus 1 tool radius away from the edge of the part.
Okay. Bear cool. We're not actually going to use the tool setter in our setups today. There isn't anything in the default configs that actually, or macros that use it for changing tools, right? But there will be in Millennium OS.
Yeah, I'll let Nine-Mile explain this. He's the tech geek over here.
Yeah, so the tool set is only necessary if you're using more than one tool. Because if you're only using one tool, you zero your Z-axis with whatever tool you're using for that path, and that's fine. The important part is just the difference between the length of the tools when they're installed between those 2 tools. So you, if you know the cam has more than one tool in it, you measure the length of each tool, and then you have a relative difference between the tool that was used to set the Z height and the next tool, so you know how to adjust it up and down. to reach the same spot regardless of the installed length of the tool.
Okay.
And the process for doing that is involved and usually involves lots of macros.
Yes. Even if you're not doing a tool change, once you incorporate like a touch probe, you would end up using it so you have the offset between the touch probe and the tool that you're going to use for your cuts, right?
Correct. It's actually more complex than that with a touch probe because you can't measure the installed length of the touch probe itself. Because you can't activate the tool setter with the touch probe because one of it or the other would trigger at a different point. So what you end up having to do is measure a reference surface, which for the way that we're doing it at the moment is basically you probe the table itself, because the activation point of the tool setter and the height of the table shouldn't change. The difference between those shouldn't change. So there's an extra step when you involve a touch probe. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, let me see if there's... Huh?
So, could I just answer Tuxedo's question real quick?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah, Tuxedo. His question was, does the Milo spindle have enough torque to swing a fly cutter? It depends on what cut settings you're using, effectively. A lot of the time, even in heavy cuts, you're not using more than like 1 kilowatt of actual cutting power. Realistically, a lot of the time you're using about 500 watts of power in cut itself. The reason you have higher torque spindles is because it means that you can lower the RPM down enough, because your RPM is on the kind of generic Chinese ones that we use that are cheap enough that we can actually all use. The torque curve is relative to the RPM. So you tend to get 2.2 kilowatts at its peak, and then every time you drop the RPM down, the power also goes down. So you could probably get in the same cut, you could go from a 1.5 kilowatt spindle that runs at 18,000 RPM to a 2.2 kilowatt spindle that runs well enough for the cut at 12,000 RPM, for example. So that's why we spec larger motors. It has nothing to do with the torque, the actual maximum torque. It's just where on that range can we get the lowest RPM for enough torque to do the cut.
Yeah, I was just kind of showing on camera this little fly cutter I had bought for surfacing my Shapeoko. Little 1-inch. You guys will see it in a second, but it's an interesting little tool.
Yeah, and you can effectively go as big a tool as you can fit on your Milo, as long as you have a correct step over and a correct depth of cut, you'll have enough power to do it.
Okay. 9 Mile, Dr. Dave asked earlier if how you feel the Millennium OS will be adaptable to other machines.
It's actually not designed in any particular way for Milo. It was the machine that started it all, but it's designed to read configuration values from RepRap firmware itself. So when you define a probe, you give it a bunch of configuration values in RepRap firmware, and Millennium OS just uses those values when it uses the probe. How we set it up, so essentially it has a configuration wizard that it runs through the first time you use it, and it asks you to run through a bunch of different steps. Those may or may not be Milo specific. I don't have any other machines to test on, so we may find that, say for example, a reference surface for a touch probe doesn't make sense on another machine. So we would, for example, have to change some of the boxes that ask you to do certain things. But the software itself isn't specific to the Milo at all. It's just specific to a 3-axis mill that can run a tool setter and a touch probe.
Yeah, I remember when I first talked about Moss with you. One of the requirements was that we could use it on machines that we would develop in future. So stage, it's not currently on the plans. We could make a router, or we could make. I always think it's a funny idea to make a polar CNC, but yeah, effectively you could use you could use Moss on those machines as well. You would just change the config file, but Moss would stay unchanged.
Essentially, yeah. Like the location of your tool setter switch on the LDO kit, it's mounted on the right hand side of the bed of the table if you follow the instructions. On the reference build, I think most of the time it's on the left. That setting doesn't exist anywhere in Millennium OS. It's something that you configure the first time you run it as part of the config wizard.
You just set the coordinates of where that XY coordinates of where it is.
Yeah, you jog over the tool setter, and then the coordinates where you are saved, and then Z height saved by probing the tool setter. So yeah.
Adding a fourth axis to this is tough because you have limited Z height, correct? That's a question about.
It's tough. It's possible. There are AliExpress ones that you can buy. You could probably machine one for yourself. The real limitation for it is how are you going to make the cam for it? Fusion 360 effectively has a monopoly on hobby cam output, and they only allow fourth axis on paid versions of it. And even then, it's limited if you've got the hobby paid version versus the industrial version of it. So yeah, it's totally possible. You could totally do it, but it makes no sense for us to develop it currently because of the limitations that Fusion has. There are strides towards not OpenSCAD, FreeCAD, and one of the workbenches that you can get on as an add-on for FreeCAD. That's making strides in it, but it's not there yet. Once it gets there, we can start talking about it, and we can start thinking about it seriously.
Well, and there's certain things that in a project like this are within scope of the project, and there's certain things that are a blast for the modification community to take and run with, right? So
yeah, James Mazeka hit the nail on the head there. Possible, but a headache.
Yeah. There was a question earlier. Do you guys know what the lowest usable RPM is on this spindle that comes in the 220 volt version?
Lowest that we recommend, if you're talking about the LDO one, is about 12K. We have seen it go down to 9K.
Okay. Were there any other? Let's get ready to make a cut, I think. Is there anything I'm missing? Oh, we should kind of go back to the pre-flight check and check that way. So spindle speed control.
Yeah.
Let's do this. And then we'll get ready to make a cut. So let's say we went through and I see that mine is close enough to make cuts. It needs some fine tuning. That's going to take time. And I know that there are a lot of folks on stream that would love to take the time and see that whole process, but I don't know that we would get to a cut today if we did. So let's go on to spindle speed control. So I was advised, and it makes sense to me, that you probably should either make sure that your collet nut is tight, or just remove it. Remove the collet altogether, so it doesn't accidentally spin off of there, especially for a first spin up. Now this isn't the first spin up. I know it works, but
I would lean more towards the get rid of the collet entirely, because the actual force of the spin up can open up the collet itself and damage it.
Oh, good call.
So either, so either have a tool inside of it, or a dowel or something, if you want to spin it up with the nut on, or remove the nut entirely.
So Tuxedo's right. It can't spin off the spindle unless for some reason it spun backwards.
Yep, and there are reasons to spindle backwards. A lot of it makes more sense kind of on the bigger machines, but I think, for example, some thread mills spin backwards. There are a few reasons to spin them backwards.
But given the
Also,
assumption, oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's very easy to put some of the phases of the spindle in the wrong way around, and the first time you spin the spindle up, it goes backwards. And if you spin that up to maximum RPM with a loose nut, it will fall off.
Yeah. So in general, the safe recommendation is just pull it off completely for the first startups, and then never spin it up without something in it or it removed. Okay. So first, ensure your VFD is set up according to its manual. It might be a good idea to put a note in here to remove the collet. Is it here if using one of the predefined? Is there a note here to remove the collet before trying this? It might be a note.
No, there isn't, but you're speaking to the right man to... 9 Mile. You're speaking to 9 Mile, and he's the guy who writes the documentation.
I'll add an issue.
There are no safety squints with mills, not at all. Left-hand thread cutting. Make sure you set your max spindle speed in config.g. Under the spindle section of your config, find the line beginning with M950. And that's in here, but we can go look at it. And there's nothing really here that says, and then grease everything. Now we had done that during the build, so I think we're okay there. So let's go over here and look at that config file for the spindle. Now the newer configs have a lot of this stuff split out into separate pieces. So there's a spindle.g config file. In this earlier config, most of it is in here. Safety squints with lasers, no. So if we scroll down here, oh, I have a side question, a squirrel question. The default currents for the motors were like pretty low, it seemed. Is that a starting point, or is that something you guys decided needed to be lower?
That was a safety thing. Reason being is I actually burnt up a couple of my motors by doing exactly that. And there isn't a single NEMA 23 motor that I know of that is less than 1 amp of current, current draw. So that was kind of your starting point, and then you work it up from there. And I very nearly set my own house on fire doing that.
So these are 2.8 amp NEMA 23s. What is the reasonable value we can go to on these with the 2209 drivers?
2 amps is your max, I believe. I will double check that.
And that's kind of
2 amps is what we've been doing all the...
That's kind of why I set these to 1.8, as I figured 2 amps seemed to calculate out at the max, and I went a little below that. If we go down here to this right here is the line. Now the default config, I ended up changing the pins here to the new wiring setup. But M950, and that's R0 is saying it's, apparently that's creating a spindle at index 1 using these 2 pins. I don't quite understand this whole command and the additional pins, but this does say the max RPM is 24,000, and Q100 is a frequency, a PWM frequency. That sounds like it's still being fine-tuned for the optimal value for that according to the config. Do we know?
It depends on the PWM to analog voltage converter you have. So for the original builds without the LDO kit, it varies a lot depending on which one you buy of to how accurate the output RPM is based on the input PWM signal.
Okay.
So 100 was a guess of I assume a guess of a value that made sense. For my particular converter, it worked better down at 40, and for some, I think it works better higher.
Is that on LDO converters or various converters?
Various. I believe the LDO converter is designed to be linear across the whole range, and I think they've put some time into making sure it's good. So I think at 100 is probably fine as a starting value.
Okay.
Yeah, the issues with the old ones was like where you would tell the spindle to move at 50% RPM, but what was actually happening is you were getting 53 or 55, and it was floating between some ranges, and that's just because the voltage converters weren't very linear, as 9mile says. The LDO ones fix that issue, more or less. There's still a few small variances, but it's not too bad.
And, I was mentioning active cooling. There is a fan that's right over the stepper driver's heat sinks underneath there on the LDO kit. So it does have active cooling right now.
And you will get warnings from RepRap firmware if the drivers overheat. It will pause and give you a warning.
Awesome. That's good. So this is set up. If we close this and go to the dashboard, we can turn on a spindle right here, right?
Correct.
Now my particular setup here, when I built it and we used the old config and wiring using the NeoPixel output, where it turned on as soon as I powered on the machine, I saw an on-off button on the back of the VFD control, and I hit that and it stopped. I think hitting that at one point put it into a different mode because I couldn't get it to start back up when I was testing this before. I ended up going into the manual and hitting the right buttons to get it back going again. I don't actually remember which buttons those were. But something to keep in mind, if you hit the wrong buttons on the VFD controller, you can change settings.
LDO does have somewhere on the documents page a list of all the settings that they have pre-programmed onto them. So if you do end up messing something up, you can just refer back to that list. I actually don't know if it's been posted on theirs yet. They sent us one in our private little discussion channel and said that they were going to. I don't know if it's actually been done.
I'm not sure I was looking in the right spots, but I didn't see anything like that when I was searching for info last night.
Okay, we'll chase that up and make sure it's available to the public.
Okay. So, just to demonstrate as much safety as possible, I'm going to throw some safety spectacles on, and we will hit this. We will turn it on and see. We're going to start low. What is do we know what is that 9,000 or whatever is the lowest speed it will spin at, or will it actually spin lower?
It will spin lower, but it can probably spin at around 2,000 RPM. If that's what I've seen on other spindles, at least of the same kind of quality. But the issue is it won't take any load at that RPM.
Yeah. We're just functionality is what we're testing here. Make sure it turns on. So.
Edge of 3D also made a good point. On the air-cooled spindles, you don't want to go too far below 50% for long periods of time because they'll heat up. The fan at the top of the spindle casing is linked directly. It's it's on the same shaft as the actual spindle body itself. So if you do half speed, you also get half cooling.
That makes sense. I don't know if we'll even be able to see if it spins up, but I'm going to try hitting.
You can hear it. You'll definitely hear it.
Well, Discord or OBS noise canceling is pretty darn good, so you might not be able to. Oh, there it goes. And there, at this lowest speed, there is quite a whine. I don't know if you can hear that.
Yep.
I'm going to speed it up. I think I can click here and go 5,000. 10,000? There we go. Now we're starting to get to a range where it's...
We can definitely hear it.
You guys can probably hear different than the audience, though, because you're not getting OBS's noise canceling.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Which I apologize, because that may be a problem when we actually do something, because you may want to turn me down when we actually start a cut. How was that for the viewers? Only a very subtle whine. You can hear the whine. Anyway, it works. It turns on, it spins. Yay. And I think that finishes the steps that are outlined in the pre-flight checklist. Are there any things that you guys have heard feedback on or whatever that might get added there later that someone might want to check or expanded on?
I'll refer this one to 9 Mile again, because you guys deal. I get to play with the new stuff. 9 Mile gets to fix all the mistakes I've made in the past.
I can't think of anything in particular apart from that we've had like multiple copies of documentation and stuff like that. So sometimes people have built based on one copy of the documentation, or like switching between the reference documentation and the LDO documentation. So we do have some work there to make sure that the final check stuff is properly solid. And looking at the pre-flight checks page, it is kind of short, and I would like to add some more information from a safety perspective of what should be good. But the important parts are making sure that when you turn the spindle on, it only comes on when you click the button in the web interface. It only comes on when it's got a RPM set in the interface. It spins the right way. And that you have nothing remotely close to it or attached to it that is going to fly anywhere when you turn it on. And obviously always wearing eye protection or behind something that is going to save you from a flying end mill or a flying workpiece.
You said something there that it's spinning in the right direction. How do we know that?
Put a piece of tape on it, like chat was saying.
And what direction should that be?
It should be clockwise for most end mills. You can check the flute direction of the end mill and see what direction the end of the flute is going, and that should be fine. That's your direction.
So if I set this and turn it on.
Also, people in chat are rightly saying there is an arrow on the spindle.
There is. It's right here. Yep. So let's see if it is spinning. Tape it, 10,000 RPM. So it did spin in the direction that the arrow indicates. So we are good.
Sweet. If it ever doesn't, the 3 inputs going into the VFD from the spindle itself, all you need to do is change any 2 of the locations of those wires, flip them around, and it should spin in the opposite direction.
So it's a brushless motor, similar to an RC car, where you do the same thing to change the direction.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
We played with that yesterday. Fortunately, the way it might need to be reversed on mine, because I had to do it in the controller. So, okay, let's get set up in Fusion and get a program going, and then we'll set up the vise and stuff on here, and then do a cut, and we should be pretty good, unless I missed anything. So I want to remind everybody, the almost 400 that are here now, let's see what we can do to get at least 300 likes in the next hour and 8 minutes. Unless it's censored, right, Maddie? Censored motors throw all kinds of stuff in the mix. They only work well in one direction. Okay. I need to go to, is this it? So the Millennium, this is the new config, but we want to go back here. Let's go here. So we're at the, is it the rep configs or is it the Millennium distro? I think we go back here and go to 1.5, right? And here, let's.
Yeah, that's the new configuration.
But for the post processor, we want to go to the Milo repo,
yeah,
right?
Correct.
So, and then there's a post processor folder here, and we're going to download this. So this is the post processor for for Fusion 360. Or does this work in other CAM packages as well? I don't know if that's a normal.
From what I've heard from the people who actually do the development on this side of thing, Nightmare will know better than me. It's easy enough to swap it over to something else, but it does take a bit of work.
Okay.
I don't know if Nightmare wants to elaborate more on that one.
I actually don't know. I've not used anything apart from Fusion 360. So yeah, my understanding is that the post processors are compatible. So there might be some small changes that are needed for the different Autodesk tools, but it should be pretty close to just being able to use it.
Okay. And I am going to kind of slowly go through this because I'm not 100% sure of the process myself. So I do have Fusion 360 open, and I have a design space here. If we set up what we're going to do, I think I can, for purposes of this, take some measurements of this piece of wood we're going to engrave the top of, and make a model here, put my logo on top of it, and use that as the start for the cam, right?
Yeah, so you'll need to do two operations just to make it like 100% successful. First operation is just facing op, just with a flat end mill, just to face it off so you know you're working on a consistent plane, and then swap it over to a V-bit, and then you can start engraving. It is a bit of wood, however, so how coplanar it is doesn't really matter that much because you should be able to just muscle your way through it. It's up to you.
I think because we're not really set up to do an auto tool change, we would have to do the full setup. I'm just going to throw a V-bit at it and see what happens.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. That works. It's a bit of wood.
Exactly. Now I talked a lot about doing foam or whatever, and I took to heart the warnings of how messy that's going to be, because foam likes to stick to everything with a static charge, and it can be a nightmare to eventually get rid of. So wood is a little less so.
Yeah, are you doing MDF?
No.
By any chance?
No, it's a little
awesome.
Stick of pine. It's a little stick of pine.
Avoid MDF. I'd say avoid pine, but only if you're doing proper projects with it. I'll explain why in a second. MDF fluffs up when you cut it, and you just get a big fluffy mess over everything. Pine is a soft wood, so you often get tear out from that because it's soft wood.
Yes.
Yeah. So the harder your material, the crisper your edges and features are going to be.
So this is.
But for a test pine, it's going to be fine.
Yeah. So if we do just a simple rectangle here, and let's just go, I guess, a center point rectangle. This is 62.4 millimeters wide, and it doesn't really matter here. I'm gonna have this sticking out somewhere. My logo I'm going to put on here is 45 millimeters wide. So this 80 millimeters here is going to be fine. I don't have to measure my exact stock here for it to be good enough for what we're doing here. It is 19 millimeters thick. So we're going to finish this and extrude this 19 millimeters. So this is my stock.
Yeah. So your general rule of thumb is you set up stock in the CAM software itself, in the CAM workspace in Fusion, and you set the stock to be the size of the part of the stock that you have, and you undersize the part that you want relative to the stock size slightly. So like on either side. So if you have like something that a stock that's 10 mil by 10 mil, you would design the parts to be 9.5 mil by 9.5 mil.
So you can have surfacing passes and clean up your edges, your surfaces on your stock.
Yeah, effectively, it also means that you're giving yourself a bit of headroom to compensate for things like misalignment of stock in a vise because it's not a precision surface or stuff like that. Just always make your stock slightly bigger than the piece that you're trying to make.
Got it. That makes sense. Or you have stock, then set your in the cam slightly. Never mind. I was going somewhere with that I don't think was relevant.
Yeah. So for example, I get where you're going, and I'll give you an example. Sometimes you set your stock to be bigger than the actual stock that you have in CAM. Sorry, you set your CAM stock to be slightly bigger than the stock that you have, and that way you avoid having like burrs on the side of your parts. Sometimes Fusion can take toolpaths very literally, and you end up with micron thin walls that should have been taken away, and they end up becoming a burr. Whereas if you made the stock slightly bigger than the actual stock, Fusion thinks it needs to cut slightly over the width of the part that you actually need, and therefore gets rid of that burr. It makes sense as you start to like learn the ins and outs of it. It comes with time.
And that's what I'm looking forward to do. I've had a little bit of exposure to Fusion 360 CAM with the Shapeoko, but very, very little. And I'm really anxious to do more of it. I know there are a lot of little settings in there that can be tweaked. Hey Maker Viking and PF Dennis, thank you for the gifted memberships. And I think that was yeah. So I'm mostly throwing up the visualization of what we're doing here. I'm gonna insert a DXF, and I'm gonna grab this from a folder, and I think I have it right here. So we have a 40, oh, yeah, here we are. 45 millimeter version of my logo. And if we throw this up in here, and I could put some constraints on this and actually center it, but I'm just going to visually center it here.
Hey man, you gotta work on that ichrometer. You're gonna save you loads of time later on in life.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's pretty close. So if we say, okay, this is what we're going to end up doing. I don't know if there's an easy way for me to actually cut this in with I can do a line, a thin extrude, and pick these, but it's not going to actually look like what it will.
Leave it as it is. You should be able to do a contour profile cut, and all you need to do is then give it some negative offset, and it will just follow that contour slightly lower than the surface of the part.
Yeah, and I'm going to undo this. But just as a visual here, this is just, I just extruded a little bit in, and this is approximately what we should end up with at the end. But as a V cut. So I'm gonna undo that, and finish that sketch. So now we have this thing that's gonna go, this pattern that's gonna go in the middle. So we can go over now to the design, or manufacturer workspace, right? And in here, I think I can go into the, is it here? Where's the setup? Is it under manage? Post
setup is top left corner. Top left corner.
If we set up the post processor first, or should we do the setup first?
You could do it either way. We could do the post first if you wanted to.
I think if we go to post library and my posts, and I think I can, what is this? Import a post.
That's the one.
And grab this guy, this file that we downloaded. And there's Millennium Machines post. And that's all, right? We're good. I don't think I need to edit.
Yeah, there's a couple settings you can change once you're actually doing the post processing, but we'll get there when we get there.
Okay. And then close. So now we want to do the setup. So a new setup. And let me know if I'm missing a step, because I'm absolutely not anywhere close to proficient with this. Is there a machine? Do I select a machine?
No, you don't need to select the machine.
Okay. I think we set up the stock first.
That's if you.
Oh.
So you set up your setup first. On the menu that you're on, there should be. I'll open it up on my screen so I can actually give you the exact thing that it says. Yeah. So work coordinate system, where it says orientation, you should be able to choose select the Z-axis.
Select Z and Y or X, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, you can choose either or.
Okay, and I'm gonna select the Z axis, which is here.
So you're selecting the surface the Z axis is going to be on.
So that's the top surface?
The top surface, yes.
Okay. And then the X axis is here.
Yeah, if that's the way you want to do the setup, then yes.
And then the box point is where it starts, right? With the corner of my stock?
Yes.
And I think I can click, I want that to be over here. And now this is saying Z, is that correct? I always get confused with, is it in the correct orientation? And it's not. We need to flip, because X it's saying is going forward and Y is going to the side. So this is actually incorrect.
Yeah, so what I would do, because I still get this wrong every now and again, because I'll explain it for the people who don't know. Your motion is relative to your spindle direction. Because Milo is a fixed spindle direction, you'll intuitively think that you're going off the table direction, when in actuality your table positive is actually your spindle negative.
Yeah.
So it can take a bit of getting used to. If it's wrong, we can just set it to the other direction. Hit E-stop, set it to the other direction, and then do it again.
So I think our X-axis face is what's wrong. Let's turn this off, and this is that. Oh, no. We can actually click align when we do that. Yeah. And now it is correct, but we need to set that point over here. I think that's correct now. Is that right?
Yeah, let's try it and find out.
Okay, so, and then the stock.
Yes. So if you go over to the stock setting now, so it's the yellow marker on the top. There we go. So it defaults to having your stock as an equal offset on all sides.
See that?
Yeah. So it will
Let me
do
go.
top bottom 1 millimeter, side to side 1 millimeter, back forward back 1 millimeter. You can choose what kind of stock that you want. You can even choose the shape that it's in. Because you're using the entirety of your stock as your material, I would just say
Just set
no
it to
stock.
zeros.
Yeah, zeros
Use the offset
works
to
too.
0.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess no additional stock. There we go. That was it. And then I don't think we need to change anything here in post-process yet. So I think we can go okay.
No.
And then we can set up
Yep.
a toolpath.
Yep.
Okay. And is this a 2D toolpath we're gonna do? And
Yeah, it'll be a 2D one.
2D engrave?
2D contour is what I've done. You can use the engrave. 2D, yeah, we'll go 2D engrave.
And the tool, let me grab the tool we're going to use. We have a chamfer bit. Oh, I thought, for some reason I saw the chamfer bit and I thought it was a V-bit, but that'll still work. Is there any reason not to use that in wood? It's probably not a great idea.
No reason at all. You can use it. You can use it.
Okay.
It'll be fine. So the ones that come in the LDO kit are fluted chamfer mills, which you don't really see. So they can be used in wood quite easily. The typical ones that you'll get, let me see if I can find you one from my kit over here. Hold on, technical difficulties.
Oh, why do I not have, hold on a second. I set this up. Why are we not? I lost you guys. There we go.
Yeah, so this is one of the ones you get from the LDO kit. It actually has a proper fluted section of it. And this will actually clear chips. So if you're doing anything with wood, these can replace your kind of V-bits.
Okay.
Your typical chamfer end mills have straight flutes on them, so they don't curve around as much. They're just a straight diagonal line.
Right. I have one. Where did I put those?
You can use these at low depths in wood, but if you're doing high depths, because for whatever reason, they don't work as well.
Somewhere I do have some actual chamfer bits I had bought to use in this stuff over here. I don't know where they are though. It's not important. Okay. A true chamfer bit also has a flat tip, which you need to set in the tool setup in Fusion. Got it. So if we go back, so we have a chamfer bit, and it is a 6mm. All the stuff is printed on here. It's 90 degrees, 6mm. That's important for the tool setup. Technically, bits for wood use different grind angles due to the difference in material density. So if I set up a tool,
So you can set up a tool. We also do have a tool library set up that you can steal from.
Yes.
It's in the Milo repository.
Is it in the? So
I'll try.
There's a tool,
remember how you
tool library.
Yeah.
And there's two
I'm
files
not sure
here. I think. Is this SHM, which is the other Autodesk program?
Yeah.
So let's grab this one. Will that post-processor work with Vectric software? I don't know.
No, so there are changes that you need to make to make them work.
Okay.
The internal bit that is outside, so the actual G-code generation of things, is very similar between different post processors as long as they're for the same types of machine.
So I'm going to go into the tool library, and I think I end up going, well, we can just go all. And is there a, do we download a vendor library or?
I will be honest with you, it's been a very long time since I did this. I will do some Googling.
New tool. Do you know 9 Mile?
You go into the local library section, I think maybe you can right click.
Ah, right click, import libraries. Okay. Imagine that, right clicking. And there's a tool.
That was a good guess.
Open. Hey, looky there. You can get away with a lot when you're using a tool for an engrave and not a deep cut. Yeah, especially in soft pine. So we should have, here's our chamfer mill, our 6mm chamfer mill right there. And that is, it's set up for 20,000 RPMs, some feed rate. A lot of this isn't going to matter, but when you're getting into real cuts, all of this really, really matters. Okay, so if I close that now, and I go back over here and I select my tool, I can go to that local tool library and select my 45-degree chamfer bit tool, right?
Turtle made a good, Turtle made a good point. Is your fusion set to millimeters or is it set to
By default, it's
units?
millimeters.
Awesome. So yeah, whatever your default is in Fusion is what your post processor will output as.
Ah, okay. Good point. Okay, there is no coolant, and this is where we can do all our feeds and speeds. Is there anything, I have no concept really at this point what 2 meters per minute looks like. Do we have any?
It's about doing a quick math in my head. It's about 120 millimeters per second.
So does this seem a little fast for what we're doing here, or at least for a demonstration?
Yeah, I put that down to 1K. So, but for any recipe, for any end mill, I would start with anywhere between 500 and 1,000 millimeters per minute, and then you can figure out the rest of the recipe from there.
Okay. So we're going to change that to 1,000. And then what were the other setups we need to do here? We have geometry. So this is where we select what we're going, the paths it's going to take, right? So
yes. So you should be able to just select my
lines here.
Yep, exactly that.
And then
also you'll quickly learn about setting up recipes in the near future, and you'll learn about load per tooth, which is something that people, it's easy once you know what it is, but it takes some time to wrap your head around.
I remember watching some videos from Winston Moy, I think, from Carbide 3D, and he talks about chip load quite a bit when cutting aluminum, and it was kind of useful information, especially on, and he's using a Shapeoko, which should be less capable of aluminum than this is. So it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Good videos to watch.
Chip load is also feed per tooth. They're kind of interchangeable. Feed per tooth is the actual unit. Chip load is just the concept of feed per tooth. And it's the relationship between the RPM, the speed at which you move the tool through the workpiece, and the amount of flutes that you have on the end mill itself. And you need to have you need to make those numbers equal a minimum number. And then you can go higher than that minimum number, but you can't go lower than the minimum number. Probably best that we leave that to another day.
Yeah. Your consequences of not having that close are going to be tool heat or in certain materials you can gum up, or if you're going too high, you can be bogging down the tool.
Yeah, so too high means that you're bogging down the tool. That's less likely, but it still is a consideration that you need to make. Your consequences of going too slow can also mean that you're putting too much heat into the part. So 80 to 90% of the heat generated during a cut is evacuated in the chips themselves. That's just a rough number. So if you're not getting a big enough chip, you're effectively leaving that heat inside the part, and we all know what happens when we heat up a big metal piece. It starts to warp and deform, and you lose your tolerancing of it. That heat also gets trapped in your tool and breaks your tool, or leads to a lower life of the tool.
Okay, so I've selected my stuff, and then we have, what are heights? So these are the different, there's a clearance height and a retract height. So for this thing, it doesn't matter, but once you start creating features, deeper features, then you want to make sure that you're clearing those on moves, right?
Yeah, it also depends on your fixturing as well. If you want to make sure that your retract height or your safe height is above the top of any fixtures that you're using.
Got it.
Clamps, bolts, things like that. It's on a case-per-case basis that you would change these.
And I am going to, just because I want to and I want to use it, I'm going to put this in my Inception vise. So there won't be anything.
So if you're using a vise, and you're not planning to go down to the depth of the top of the vise, it should be fine.
Yeah, that's the plan. So clearance is at the start and end of a feature. Retract is between cuts inside of a feature. That makes sense. So I don't think I need to change anything there. And then passes. So we're just going to do one pass. Tolerance. What is tolerance? What does this actually mean? The tolerance used when linearizing geometry such as spines and ellipses. Okay. And is there multi-axis?
In 3D printing terms, it's smoothing. So when you have a curved surface, how many linear moves does it take to make that curved surface?
Okay. Where do I...
In the 3D printing world, it's called...
Huh?
In a 3D printing world, it's known as smoothing.
Okay. Where do I tell this how deep I want this engraved to be? See, multiple depths.
I will find that out for you.
Back in the heights tab, there's a bottom depth. At the moment, it's probably set to 0 or top of part.
Bottom height is minus 2.85 millimeters.
So it'll go that depth into the part.
Which is a lot. I'll end up with just a big old cutout area with no details at a 45 degree chamfer. So I'd set this to like minus 1.
0.5 to 1 mil. Yeah, 0.5 to minus 1 should be fine.
Bottom height from the top height is what we want, because we're going to touch off on the top of this, but we could choose other things here, other reference points for where that is. Okay, so is that set up? Now we can, that is not doing what I would have expected.
You still have the model in your workspace, so if you hide your model, you'll be able to see the actual part.
Oh, that is, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. It's gonna look a little interesting, but that's probably fine. What do you think?
Run the simulate on it, and you can actually, it will flag up any errors that might occur during the actual.
If we go to action and simulate, we can hit. Here, let me move this over so we can better see it and play.
Yeah, so when you're simulating things, if Fusion ever thinks that you've done a collision that shouldn't have happened, it will flag up a little red band in your timeline. You can go and check it to see if it's actually going to be an issue. A lot of the time, it's not. Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect. So if I want to go back in and say, here, let's exit the simulation. And if I want to go back in here and edit this path, I might want to go to heights and let's see what this looks like at 0.5 millimeters. Say okay, and then that reruns and we can simulate that. That probably looks a little better, a little more what we would have expected. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, looks good to me.
So then, what do we do? Do we right click here? Where was it? The setup.
I'm just going to pop off for a few minutes and be right back.
Yeah, no problem. It's all you, 9 Mile.
Oh, pressure's on.
So what is this? Regenerate the operations that they've already generated. Has a valid toolpath? No, we don't need to regenerate. So, or we just create the NC program?
First thing I would do is go into the setup and check the post-process tab for the WCS offset setting.
Oh, good call.
And just make sure that that's
WCS offset. Oh, okay. Let's talk about this a little bit.
Yeah. With
the way it's set up, and you had a great explanation for me earlier. Do you mind going through that, or I can stumble through it?
I can try. Essentially, there's different work coordinate systems in RepRap firmware, which is where we zero off the stock, and the work coordinate system is what allows us to pick where our starting point is. So with the offset in Fusion, the offset starts at 0, so it goes 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and in RepRap firmware, those numbers are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the in Duet Web Control, and those correspond with G54, G55, G56. So a WCS offset of 0 in Fusion should correspond with G54 in RepRap firmware, which also corresponds to a WCS of 1 selected in the dashboard. So this particular post-processor is statically defined to process code in G56, which is the WCS offset 2. So we just need to make sure that the code that we're generating switches to G56, and that's the one we're going to 0 to make sure it outputs
2 right there, right?
Yep.
And
we'll make sure to check the G code first before running it, just to make sure it looks right.
Okay. And is this something that's going to change when Millennium OS releases, or is it the same?
Setting it in Fusion won't change, but the way that Millennium OS deals with is different. Rather than the post-processor having a statically defined offset, Millennium OS will output code that will automatically probe for the origin in the correct offset before switching into it. So if you're only working on one part in one orientation, you don't need to change that setting at all. Anything in that will automatically happen in offset 0, which is WCS 1. And when you run that toolpath the first time, the system will ask you to set the origin of that work coordinate system. So you won't actually have to change any WCS stuff if you're just working on a single part in a single orientation.
Cool. So that is correct. So we say okay. And now we can save this. Or where do I do this? Do I do it here and create MC program now?
Yep, that's the one.
And then use machine configuration? No.
You don't need a machine
Don't need
configuration. You just need to select the post.
And then our file name. I'm just going to leave it. You can change that. Post diffusion NC unit is millimeters. And right, I need to change that to millimeters from inches.
Yep.
I think I'm going to throw this under that Milo 1.5. Post. Invalid post processor configuration. So something expected?
You haven't selected the post processor itself. If you load it back up.
Grave settings. Where was I supposed to set that?
There is in the settings tab. There's a folder icon on the right hand side of the post field at the very top. Sorry, not at the very top. Under the machine configuration tick box.
Under the machine configuration.
In the NC program.
NC program here.
Just waiting for the stream to catch up.
Oh yeah, that's true. Is this edit here? Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, that's here. Post. Oh, okay. Choose from library. I see. Okay, that's what I got confused by. You don't use machine configuration. That doesn't have to be checked to do this. That's where I.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything here? So do we do anything? Change anything in here that matters?
I would turn off G28 safe retracts because G28 in RepRap firmware is home.
Okay. Everything else should be okay.
Yes.
Give it a few seconds. We cannot hear you,
No problem.
Jake. Now I can. Now I can hear you.
Now you can.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just CC Caldwell. A few good places to learn Fusion. NYCCNC is a good place. Winston Moy is a good place to learn kind of hobby level cam as well. And then also try and follow a few just general machinist channels because they'll give you the skills that you need to learn a few other things about material property and about cut property at a more kind of basic level that's easier to understand.
Awesome.
Apologies for that.
No, you're fine. Do I hit post here? And just say okay. What if I hit post? Download. Oh, no, I don't want that. It did post. It is there. And it did open the G code. So what did we want to look at? You said we should look for something in the G code.
Just at the very
There's
top of the
G56.
file.
There's our G56.
It's probably
Something weird?
no, just inconsistencies with the way that particular post processor outputs the code. With the RepRap firmware config that you have, there's probably only one tool. And the spindle, I think you said the spindle was on ID 1.
Correct. No, it's, well, here, let's go here. The spindle is spindle 0.
Okay, that should be fine then. The tool change, it runs a T6 6 command. There is only one tool in RepRap firmware with the configuration that you have there, but I believe that the tool change there won't do anything because you don't have a tool defined with the ID6. So it'll basically just be a no op.
And it'll either ignore it or error out.
Yeah.
And I'll have my hand near the e-stop button anyway.
Yeah. Essentially, tools in RepRap firmware can be assigned to spindles. And if you run M3 with an RPM but without a spindle ID, then it will spin up the spindle for whatever the current tool is.
Okay.
But the G code there shows the M3 command referring to a spindle ID, so it will spin up the correct spindle. It just won't have it won't select tool 6, which is fine.
Okay. We've saved the G code. Now we need to set up the machine to do the cut, right? So set our stuff up in there. So I am going to use my Inception vise. Got a few fasteners here I was using to work with it. Find the right Allen keys for the setup. That. So this is the really fancy, let's not cut into it. It's not okay to cut. It's not okay to cut it today.
Today is the right word that you just used, because you will eventually cut into it.
No.
It is an inevitability.
No. This thing is really meant for M6 hardware, right?
Yes. M5 is fine so long as you break it down.
Yeah. So I know that this isn't precise, but to get this close, I was putting a couple of M5 screws in here as an index point.
You were making like a bump stop.
Yes. That way I can get it.
I'm gonna duck out for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Perfect time.
Like I said, this is not, the heads of these are not probably exact, but it's going to be very close. And what that's basically going to do is allow me to get in here and put that and get it almost there, which will be good enough for what we're doing today. How good does the Milo handle a crash? How would you define that? How would you define a good crash?
Well, it depends how bad the crash is to start, really. If you're crashing with the side of the spindle mount itself into something, probably not very well. If you're just crashing with 0.5 of a millimeter of the tip of the tool, it'll probably cut straight through it. It very much depends on the crash.
I think it's just like a 3D printer. I mean, you've got a spinny cutty bit that will damage things on the way, but any crash is going to tweak the motion system. To what degree this does have bigger, stronger steppers.
Yeah, so if you've got a 5160 or like the external ones that people have been putting on their Milos, and you're going at the full rated torque, sorry, the full rated current the steppers can go at, you are going to rip the printed part in half. So going at a more conservative 1.8 amps is probably a good thing. It's been done before where the anti-backlash nuts have been pulled off of the plates.
Oh boy.
Because people have gone too hard with their motors.
I think that's, was there any safety covers for this, or is the enclosure meant to be that? Really, yeah. I mean, any of this type of these knee or whatever column mill, what style is this called?
It's called a vertical mill.
Vertical mill. Aren't, I mean, they're exposed, so your enclosure is the best bet for keeping fingers away and keeping things from flying at you.
Yeah, even if you've got an enclosure, still a good idea to have some glasses on, because I have seen full-size milling machines throw stock through supposedly bulletproof glass. So it's still a good idea to have iPro on, just in case.
So the way this vise works is there are two bolts that loosen and allow you to slide this along, this whole assembly along to the size of your stock. And then there's another bolt here that once you get it close and these tighten down, you can tighten this one to push the second part of this into your workpiece to tighten it down. I'm just gonna put this out the,
It's a good system. Also, PAL H, an additional external emergency stop button that would be a nice addition. Yes, we kind of wanted to keep the footprint of Milo within the footprint of Milo. Having cables dangling everywhere can actually cause more issues than good stuff a lot of the time. If you want an external e-stop, build CASA, because it's always a good idea to build CASA, or any kind of enclosure. CASA specifically has an e-stop on the outside of it, and there's a lot of thought put into it. So like CASA has a sliding door that slides in the opposite direction of the e-stop, so you always have access to it. So if something were to go wrong, you can still reach around the front of the enclosure and hit it.
I had to do a tappy tap tap. Tappy tap tap. That's there. And we can take our end mill and our collet. I'm going to move the Z up out of the way. Okay. This is always a little fun to get this in to start. Actually, let's start it here. And put this in. What do we got? I doubt that you get vice jaw lift on wood. I don't know that you... go ahead.
Just before you put that tool in, just make sure that the collet is clipped into the collet nut. So you should, it takes a fair amount of force, but take the tool out, put the collet nut facing where the tool would come out on a work surface, and literally force that nut down on top of it. It has to clip in. If it doesn't, you'll have run out issues.
Okay. What size was the collet nut? Is it 21?
It's ER16.
Huh?
What do you mean? Oh, do you mean the spanner size? I have no idea.
I think it's 22. I don't think I have. I don't know that I do have a 22. Yeah, 22. Okay, so let's pull this out and do what you're talking about.
Yeah, so take the tool out entirely.
Uh-huh.
Just have the collet and the nut, and then you're pressing the collet and the nut together, and you should hear an audible click.
So take this all the way out.
Yeah.
So the way this is in here, I don't know, that doesn't move any further in than that, right? Because I can get this out, but I can, like that.
I'll have to see if once the stream catches up.
Yeah. Because that doesn't move in any further. I think it's clipped in.
Yeah, that should be fine. It's worth doing this because a lot of the kind of cheapo ones, even the more expensive ones, people forget that you have to clip the ER collets in, and then they get a whole load of run out issues and they break tools, and it can actually be dangerous if you don't do it properly. And that's something that the operator just needs to know about.
Okay. That is on. Yep, that's all the way in. Okay. There's nothing in the way. I can home this because I have forced it to skip steps when I was moving things around. So I think I can home haul. Okay. So then we can move this with the control panel such that we find our X and Y work offset, and then or Z and then X and Y, right? Well, X and Y and Z.
Yeah, correct.
So
you can do it in either way. It's just easier to do Z first.
too far. I'll get it in. And then Y. That vise looks super spiffy. It is so nice, Dave. It is very nice. Okay, that's really close to where I'm gonna want it. Would it be hard to install encoders into a Milo to use it manually with digital readout?
At that point, you're just making it more expensive for no reason. Yeah, you could do it. I know a lot of people will forego a proper manual readout and will just put genuinely, and as soon as it happen a lot, they'll just take calipers and bolt the depth gauge of the caliper down to the table, and then bolt the other end to a reference point, and they'll just use that. A decent DRO is about the same price as the electronics on Milo, probably more expensive actually.
Here, for those, this is the vise I'm using. I just posted a link. Okay, so let's go back here and let's go visual for right now. I am going to be very quickly moving to a probe because this is definitely not funnest part of the setup.
Yeah, definitely. Probes do help. I will say that this is a thing that a lot of people forget, and I'm throwing Milo a bone here because he did a lot of good work on this one. Moss is designed to work probeless, so you can do some probeless probing. So you can use a probe if you wanted to. You can use an automatic one, or if you wanted to do your offsets, your work one offsets, things like that, he has actually designed it to be completely usable without the probe.
That is handy.
So rather than being a completely manual process where you have to know where you want to position the tool and jog it into the right places, it essentially uses the same maths to work out where it would probe using a touch probe, and it moves the tool to those locations so that you can then essentially do the manual process of moving towards the surface. But it's guided, so it will not allow you to move in a direction that you're not probing in.
Very nice. So I used the web interface to step down, and I'm just using a piece of paper here. This is probably approximately 0.1 millimeters thick. So I'm gonna go down one more step after pulling it out. I'm probably within 0.05 millimeters above the surface, which is gonna be fine for what we're doing here. Now I think, so I set my work, which work coordinate system we're working in, and it should be, what is it? Was it 3?
Sorry, yes, it's 3.
And now I can set Z, right? Or is this home? How do I set it for the work system?
So that's the G10 command we were
This is
talking about
G10
before.
What? Yeah. How do I set this for our purposes right now?
It would be G10
Okay.
L2.
And
No, sorry, G10 L20.
L20. Oh, you sent me this.
Because it's relative, yeah.
You sent me, or I pasted this in our chat. G10 L20, and then P3 is the work coordinate system that sets the G56.
Steve, it might be worth writing this up as a macro, just for yourself. That way you don't have to remember it off the top of your head each time.
I mean, like tomorrow, I'm going to upgrade to MOS.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
L20. I don't remember the exact explanation on that. What is that? L20 is setting.
It's setting the origin of the work offset to be relative to the current position of the machine.
Okay. L20 and
L2 would be setting it with an absolute value. So if you set L20 X0, it would set the origin to be the literal X0 position of the machine.
Got it. And then, so that's L20 P3. And then this is Z. And that would be Z0? Is that?
Yep, Z0.
Because that's what this is, Z0. So.
When you do that, the tool position should change to be Z0.
And tool position Z0. Yep. So now I can go up a little bit on Z to get it out of the way. And now we're at 5. So that's perfect. Tool position. Machine position up here is based on the end stop switches. So.
Yeah, correct.
Now I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, it might be a different thing, but you can use G53, I think it is, to talk directly with machine position rather than talking to relative position. So if you ever, I think that's how we set it up for the tool probe position, the tool length set, position. That's a G53 position rather than a relative work coordinate system.
Okay. So now I can go, I've got room, so I'm going to go down a couple of steps there. I'm going to go another, yeah, I've got room. So I'm going to check for X position here. So we're going to run this. I'm going to have to stick my head in the way a few times. So now I have over 1 millimeter there. So I'm going to step this in, and I think we're going to, yeah, here we are. Can you hit set X, Y, and Z buttons, or do those not work? This set X, Y, and Z button here, what does that do?
I believe it sets the current X, Y, and Z location of the selected work coordinate system to the current tool position. So you could use it for setting the Z position. The problem you have with setting the X and Y position is that it won't compensate for the tool radius.
But if I put the point of that chamfer bit somewhere in the corner of this piece on top, touching, just barely touching the top, and hit that set XYZ, it would work. We would get a successful cut here. But if we want to actually know the side of our piece here, then we need to do what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, so this comes down to what I was telling you the other day. So the way I do it is I hit those buttons, and then I move the tool 1 radius over in either direction, and then I hit the buttons again.
Got it. So what I'm doing right now isn't necessarily how you go through it.
Yes, but at the same time, doing it your way is probably more better. I'm just very lazy.
The way we're doing it with G-code commands will be what control is doing underneath anyway.
Just stepping this in until I feel it. There it is. Okay, so that we're going to go back here and run the same command, but this is X, and then if I put, what was it? If I put 3 here, it's, or 1.5, yeah, 3 here, tool radius.
Yeah, so you want to change it to X and then the tool radius.
3. Send. So now I am at X3. If I go over that way, if I go up here, let's see, if we were talking about this before. If I move Z up now and I move X back to 0, okay, so it's off. It's the other way. I should have set it to -3, right?
Yeah, that's it.
So let's go back up here and set this to -3.
It's a fairly standard practice to do some ghost cuts or air cuts above the piece. So raise it up above the piece so that you know that you're working in the right relative directions for everything.
Yep, I had thought about that, and I've done that on like my MPC and CN before. I was going to do that as our first cut, our first movement here. Our first programmed movement was going to be in the air, but that is a great point.
Yeah.
So if I go now here to X0, the point is right on the edge of my workpiece there. So for Y, because the way I set up because of the way I set up this piece of wood in here, I'm not gonna probe I can't get to there. I'm just gonna set it right around here. It's going to be fine. Which direction? Yeah, we're gonna go. And I'm gonna call that 0, right? There's no need for me to be precise on that measurement on this. So I'm gonna now I'm gonna come in here and just set that as my Y0 and not worry about any of the offsets, and it'll be fine. So now I am my work coordinates are set up. If I move this up again, Z up, maybe a couple of times, and then set that to Z0, we can now run that in the air.
Yep.
Okay. So are we ready to run the job then? In the air? Is there...
I'd say so, yeah.
I think we go to jobs and upload our G-code file.
Yep.
First cuts, not first cuts, but first program movements.
Mate, I have your allocate serial. I've had it lined up all night. It's ready. I just need to press enter. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So I think I am going to, I'll put my glasses on. And I am going to switch over to the other view. Maybe get a little closer. So we've seen all this stuff out. There we go. The touch probe seems like a very sensible upgrade. Oh yeah. And I think if we select this, start 101 G code. So I've got my hand over here on the e-stop button. Are we ready? Okay.
Yeah, just for the air cut, just so that you can have a bit more time to react, you can set the speed to about 50%.
Can I do that right without? Can I set that now?
Yeah, I believe so. It should be on DWC, and it should just show up as a bar that says 50%, just like they have on Clipper. I'm not sure.
I think it's on the dashboard.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you have to be in
speed factor,
in program to do it.
Oh, sorry, I'm over here. There's speed factor down here, and it's right behind you guys. So I just set that to 50% there. So now we're gonna go back to the job and hit play. Okay, let's close that. We don't need that. Since it's the wrong hand here, let's say yes. Caution, safety first, ensure tools are ready, pneumatics are on, and workplace is secure. Exercise extreme caution while machining. That's a pop-up that came up.
Yeah, at this point, I would just pause the program. You know it's in the general area that you need it to be in. You don't have to run the whole program each time, so long as you can get a feel for the program. If you're new to it, that would be then where you would do it. it's probably a good idea to run the whole program through, but once you get an idea of it, you don't have to run a full ghost past each time.
Awesome. That was a successful air test. We are going to have a cliffhanger there because we need to do our giveaways. It is 1 o'clock. We did not hit 300 likes. We have almost 500 people here. So I really need a wave of likes here coming in. So, and I promise, as soon as we are done with these giveaways, we are going to cut some wood. So we are giving away a 50% off code to one of these machines, the kit. And that's provided by LDO. So thank you, LDO. It is region locked. So it is restricted to regions that LDO has resellers for these kits in. And it does not include shipping or any other regional fees that might apply. It is for the reseller's kit price, but it is 50% off, which is a significant amount of money. So the form, the link is in the description to the form. We're also giving away, as we have for everyone in the series, the CNC starter set, which is the dial test indicator, the 1, 2, 3 blocks, the set of end mills, collets and shims, and then the 1, 2, 3 block holder as well. And then our Polymaker filament. So we have shot up over 300, and we're almost to 500 people here. So awesome, we hit it. Let's get this going. I'm gonna need your help for this, because I do not have, I'll need some numbers from you, but it'll be a second. Joshua Henry, thank you for becoming a member. We are going to give away the Polymaker filament first, and then the CNC starter set, and then the 50% off coupon last. So the way I do this, for anybody that's not used to my streams, is you have to be here, but I always do it here at the 3-hour mark. I give you 3 seconds to get any last minute stragglers and people that like to play the game to enter into the form. I will be closing the forms as I finish the previous giveaway. So the other 2 forms are still open. You have some time. So I'm going to close this Polymaker form when I haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds, starting now. So 3, 2, there's a new entry. So 3, 3, 2, we got 2 new entries right there. 3, 3, 2, oh, there's one. 3, 3, 2, 3, and we're going to start going quick here because we do have 3 giveaways to do. So 3, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, done. Okay, let's link this out. This is what we do. It's fun. I'm sure a few people are annoyed with it, but I have fun with it. Okay, so I've linked that out. Mike G got the first entry in. Did you 2 enter for any of this? Especially the filament one.
I entered for the 50% off kit. If you get it, I'll add it to the DMS store. We'll do a giveaway there, and you'll be a fully 100% off kit.
Wow. Okay. Brant got in the last second entry. So we use a wheel of names here, and I'm going to need your guys' help with how many times am I going to shuffle this? A range, like 5 to 10 or 1,000 to 1,500. What's our range?
240.
0 to 240.
I'm gonna say 7.
One. You get 7. Okay, we'll do 7 on the next one. There to 240. Still think we need to t-shirt that says giveaway starts in 3, 2, oh, new entry. You know, most people are being pretty nice here up until now. I'm seeing more 3-digit suggestions, but most are pretty reasonable. I think I'm gonna go right to 240. Are we ready? Okay. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 30, 40, spin. Who do we got? Delvin. Delvin, congratulations. Are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Delvin, congratulations. Count by tens. Well, I mean. Delvin. There you are. First win. Congrats. Get your name here. So the next one's going to be the CNC starter set. CNC starter set. KB3D, welcome. 22 months. Let me get this saved. Delvin. We are good. Okay, so we're going to close that, delete the entries, and go over to the CNC starter set. So we're going to close this one when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So as we go on, this 3 seconds will probably get shorter and shorter. So 3, 2, 1, honk, half. Oh, there's one. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, end. What was that? Create the thing. Mike was first on this one as well. And Mo got the last one. Let's copy that and paste it into here. Okay, so Jake had said 1 through 7. We need a number between 1 through 7. 1 through 7. Oh, timer for the last one was down. And this spikes the engagement chart, right? So I get a big spike in chat messages. Oh, what did we say? Someone said 13, but that's not between 1 and 7. So we're gonna go 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and spin. What do we have? This is the CNC starter set. We have Martin Char. You have 2 minutes to say something. Congratulations. Martin, are you here? All the engagement. Martin. Martin Char. You here? Martin Char. About 1.5 minutes left. There you are. Congratulations. You even tagged me if you were listening. Oops. Yeah. And we are good. Okay. So now we are giving away the 50% off coupon. So once again, this is region locked. Please be in one of these regions. It is important. You will forfeit it if you are not in one of these regions. If Jake wins it, then it will get turned around and what did you say? We're gonna...
We'll add, so DMS, the shop that we have in the UK, will take the other 50% as our financial burden. So you'll get 100% off on the
100%
kit.
off.
I'm going to limit it to the UK though.
Oh no. Okay. Well, hopefully you don't win then. The chances are pretty low.
Apologies for that. But...
Okay. So for the 50% off coupon, and there were, if you read the form properly, all of this was addressed in there, and anybody that's in this agreed to it. So we are going to close it. You missed it, John. You got 3 seconds to enter. And how many people do we have right now? At the peak of the giveaway, we are at over 500 people. Nice. And we're almost to 400 likes. So of those 120, 130 people that haven't liked yet that are here, karma is a thing. You might get a better chance. The answer was 42. Need everyone else to pull a Polar's head, please. So closing it in 3, 2. I lost it. Where was my thing? Oh, 3. Get a sandwich. 3, 2, 1. Done. Yeah, we need another Pezla's win since she won the starter set last time, right? Okay, let's link this out. I did use karma as a thing, didn't I? Mike somehow got in all of those. You must have refreshed before I actually posted it. And who got the last one in? D. Norris. John, I see you got in there. Good job. Okay, we are going to do a number between 7 and 24 because that was the 2 numbers when you divide by 10 for the 1. Let me paste this in. 7 and 24. There we are. Make sure, yep, we are on the correct list. Just double checking. 21, I like the number 21. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21 spin. Who do we got? 50% off. Going to Rendeed. Rendeed, are you here? You have 2 minutes to respond. Congratulations, Rendeed. Enjoy your Milo CNC build. Rendeed. Now, something I didn't consider that I should have. So it is going to be 100% up to Jason if these are transferable or not. I would assume not. I am going to put an assumption that they are not transferable. Rendeed. Are you here? You see anyone? Awesome, you are here. Congratulations. So for the winners of the LDO stuff, big thanks to LDO. I will provide your email addresses to Jason, and he will contact you. For the Polymaker one, I'm way behind, just to be honest. I will be sending out a group of those very soon. And Rendeed, and you are in a eligible region according to your answer. So congrats. Awesome. That is done. I think we can, are we ready to make a cut? Are we ready to make a cut?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. So we almost hit 400 likes. We're only 7 away. Chris, welcome. Yeah, that's congrats, Rendeed. You need to let us know when you start that build. Okay, so I am going to cancel the last job, and I am going to let's close this. The tool position in Z is 65.1. Can I move? What is a move command to tool position? Because I was just
it would either be, it would just be a G1 or G0 move
Just
to the
moving.
location, and then you'll have to do a G. Oh, sorry. You mean moving back to the work home
Yeah,
position?
yeah.
What you meant. I'll defer to 9 Mile.
Is there a command for that?
To move to where?
Work home.
There's a button in the UI, but I think it is essentially it needs a macro configured to do it. There's usually a work home work0.g
okay.
file, and I don't think you'll have that.
But I can use the interface here to do it. So let's go.
Correct.
Plus 50. So X.
I'm going to turn my camera off for a little bit so I can eat, but I will be here
yeah.
for emotional support.
Do you have some sort of vacuum dust collector when cutting? I do for my Shapeoko. I don't. People don't generally. You generally enclose these, right? And just clean up after. Has anybody done any active vacuum stuff?
Yeah, we've had a few people do vacuum stuff. I know Phil on the team has done it, but he normally removes his when he's doing aluminium, just because it's too heavy. It's too heavy to go under a vacuum a lot of the time. Your best bet is to have something like we have on CASA, where it's a tray that's on an angle and that moves towards a central position, and then you can just vacuum it up like that, because you need to either have a very powerful vacuum or have a medium power vacuum, but have the bits that you're trying to clean up very close to the nozzle.
Okay. So theoretically, this says I'm at Z5 right now. I moved this up, I think it was 10 millimeters to do the air cut. So if I go back down to -10, I should be right above the surface, and I'm gonna do that slowly. And then I can reset my Z, and then the rest of it should be okay, and we can just start the cut.
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically. If I take my ruler here, now I look, we are, okay, so I went, it's at 20. Yeah, I went up, because right now it's at 5. So if I go minus, that's 0. So I had gone up 15. So 1, 2, and then let's go down in, well, let's just do it. It's wood. Yep, that's exactly where we should be. Yep, it was 15, Josh. So it was, and that is exactly that would be 0, but I need to go back in here and set that now, rerun this command that sets my work coordinate 0 now at that new Z. And if I do that, now Z turns to 0. So,
yep.
At this point, are we ready to cut? Are you ready to grant that serial number?
Yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll. You just need to put the request in first after the cut's been made, but I'll do the physical validation because you won't have to put in a video like everyone else.
And I can submit this as the video, or we can clip this end.
Yeah, you can clip it. If you want it like straight away, and then we can show the people how to like download the nameplate that you get.
Okay.
Because we generate a nameplate for you, which is based off of an actual Mills nameplate. I think it's one of the German machines, and it comes up with your serial number, the name of the person who's on it, and I think the date, and you can put that in a slicer, and it will. It generates an STL for you.
Awesome. I forgot to thank, but Chris became a member, and forgot to thank them. Thank you. Do we know if 9 Mile should be back soon?
9 Mile's
I'm
here.
here.
He's still here.
Oh, you are here.
He just...
Okay, so
He's
you are
eating,
watching.
so he
You're
doesn't wanna-
watching, so we don't need. That's fine. I just want to make
I'm
sure.
watching closely.
I just want to make sure I wasn't going to run this when if you had to go actually make your sandwich or whatever. Okay, let's do this. I am just going to hit start again on the. Start again on the job here in the interface. Let me get my glasses on. Modbot, Daniel, you're here just in time. We're about to cut. Okay, I'm hitting start. And then it's giving me the caution. Speed back at, oh, I should put the speed back at 100. I didn't. I can speed it up though, in the middle of the cut.
It's doing the thing. Doing the thing.
It is. It did the thing and I didn't scar up the vise.
That's a win in my book.
Nice.
Yes, Dennis, thanks for being a member. Very cool. Now that first move didn't have a retract. So it put a line across there. Is that normal?
Yeah, that's normal. It's just the way Fusion outputs can. It expects you to be cleaning up the top of things, so it doesn't. It also can't take into account inconsistencies in Z height of the part of the stock, just because it makes no sense to in the CNC world to do that. So you often get little scratches and nicks that come over the top.
Well, and this is
So-
go ahead.
It's essentially because Fusion isn't outputting. It expects the machine to be away from the part when it starts. You see it moved across and then it moved up and then back down.
Yeah.
That is because it's moving to the clearance height first and then moving down into the surface. So it kind of expects you to be above the clearance height before moving, which is why it moves in X and Y first before moving up to the clearance height and doing it the opposite way around.
I would have been
So
best
you generally
off.
start at Z
Yeah.
max.
Yep. I would have been best off at least moving up a few millimeters before starting it, after setting the Z work offset.
Yeah.
It looks.
Yeah, that's probably a good practice thing to do as well, because on occasion you'll get something that's gone wrong and
Yeah.
your Z axis will slam straight down into the part, and you want at least a measure of time to be able to say, "Oh fuck, sorry, shouldn't have swallowed him."
That's okay.
Shouldn't be
It's
swearing.
far enough in. It's not a problem. Awesome. And that seemed, it seemed relatively flat. It's an even engrave. So that's good. I don't see any spots that are obviously a lot deeper than others.
Yeah, man, it's a good first cut.
Awesome. Okay, so for those building this, and for me, what's the next step here? What do I need to do? I need to do something.
Oh, so normally you would have a video. Are you talking about serial?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So normally you would have a video file to send to me, but that's okay. We can skip that part. So you would go to the Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go into the serial request channel. It's
Okay.
under the serial category.
Okay.
Then just in the normal text line, you would put dot serial underscore request.
Underscore request, okay. And then I just hit enter.
Yep.
And anybody who's on the Millennium Machines Discord will probably be able to see there is a link in the description to the Discord, the invite link. So .serial request, there's the request.
Awesome. So I've been sent a message. It goes straight to me. I'll normally validate the video, and then once I've said okay, hold on, this is going to be a bit weird because my enter key is also my push to talk key.
Oh, there we are. Allocate. Now serial number 34.
Yep, so it allocates to, then you'll get a message from Milbot.
I did. Okay.
It'll be a private message. If you go into that, follow the rules there. It should be dot generate nameplate or something like that, something along those lines.
Dot get serial plate.
Dot get serial plate.
And it says I can do it right here from the DM.
Yes, it goes. It has to be done at the DM level.
It says or on the server. The message
From
says
what I
here
know,
or on the
doesn't
server.
always work. I've not got it to work on the server, so we may have to change that.
Okay. It says it's generating the serial plate. I would show, but I don't share my Discord screen on.
That's absolutely fine. Can you share a slicer?
What's that? Oh yes. Oh yes.
Can you share a
Absolutely.
slicer?
Absolutely. What did Daniel? We generated it in Fusion 360. So, and let me download this. It generated the serial plate. So let me download it to the folder here, and then we can open it up in a slicer. Okay, Fusion opening. You can run it on the bot command channel, is what Bearcool is saying.
Yeah, I always forget about the bot command channel. Yes, you can run it through there.
Maybe I missed or misheard.
That's
Weren't
normally
you doing
Ed's
something
background,
with
so.
V serials. I don't
Say again?
Steven is asking about maybe I missed or misheard. Weren't you doing something with V serials? I don't know. There we are. Millennium Machines made in a shed somewhere, probably. Very nice. Version 1.5.
Yeah, and you'll have your serial number on there. It has the date that you did it and the version of the machine that you were building.
Awesome. Very cool.
Obviously, right now they'll all generate v1.5 because that's the only machine that we have. But in future, if we do release another machine, you'll be able to tell it what machine is being serial.
Now, will it, if I upgrade, it stays with this serial number, it just changes version?
What do you mean by upgrade? So the next upgrade, we have talked about this before. The next upgrade for Milo is going to be a V2. So the way we do upgrade paths is if there's a major denomination, so a V1, V2, V3, right? Those always they're not compatible with each other. If there's a minor denomination, so V1.4 to V1.5, there is a direct upgrade path within that. We have kind of said internally that we're always going to make sure that machines have at least one direct upgrade path per generation. But V2, which is coming next, which we have talked about in the past, is not going to be compatible with V1.5, unfortunately.
And so it'll be a new serial number series for those.
No, so the M in M03 is for Millennium, so it's always the same. You always get an M and then a number. It's not for Milo specific.
Got it. but you would get a new number for that new machine.
Yes.
Even if you
Yes,
use,
yes, you.
but the expectation is you can't use parts from this to make that, so this one is still around.
Yes, so this serial is going to be for that specific machine. You can't move that up to the next machine.
Got it. Got it. Very nice. The quadrangles are in the semifinals this weekend. Nice. Too bad you're homesick. So are there any other questions from, let's go a couple of ways here. Are there any questions from anybody watching for the team or what's going on? Anything you want to add, you or 9 Mile?
My only question is, when are you going to start making Phoenix parts?
Well, Phoenix, there may be some modifications. I may do a quick modification on this within a very short time, because I have a tiny slot to put in an existing part, and I think I can locate it and do that pretty safely and easily. The next project on this, and let's just get a view of the picture instead of that. There we go. View of the machine. The next project on this, I'm hoping to do the Tic Tac, because it has a few small custom machine parts as part of that. But in general, it's just I need to do some sort of enclosure. I wasn't planning on separating the electronics. I was just gonna put it in a box, basically. Someone had joked the other day about putting the Milo in the base of the Phoenix. So, and that's actually appealing because I don't have a lot of room in here. But I'd be a little concerned about the it moving and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you could always put Phoenix. What's the footprint for Phoenix, actually?
Milo would fit in there. I've already checked. It would fit.
Oh, nice. Even with the full travel of the table.
Yes.
It takes them.
Yes.
It takes about a meter.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah. I have a little over 40 inches of width in there. Yeah.
Oh, look at you, long boy.
But in general, this is going to make a mess when I start using it. I do need to put some sort of, even if it's just a skirt, it sets inside of a tray type thing that at least contains the chips to vacuum up. I will need to do that. But I need to finish, the other thing I need to do is finish putting in these slot covers. So I did this side, I need to do this side, and anywhere else where I feel like it's going to be a pain to clean out chips. So
Yeah, they do. They get everywhere. If you're ever going to use coolant, I would say stick to like WD-40 or isopropyl, if you're brave enough to use isopropyl, that is, because it will evaporate over time and it makes the chips a lot easier to clean up. Whereas if you're using a thicker like cutting fluid, like Magic Tap, which you can use as a cutting fluid, it's just not recommended. That stays on the chips, it doesn't evaporate, and they just become hell to clean up.
Bill Brothers is asking, is there any plans or is there any place where folks can kind of share and collect recipes, programs? An interesting idea.
We have a cam setup channel on the Discord. What we could do is, we also have a blog setup type thing on the Discord where you can bring in your own. You can write your own, do your own build log and stuff like that. We could set up one of those channels to accept that type of thing, and you guys can talk about it there. Are you guys looking for more like a table of recommended speeds and feeds? Because that, I think, would be more applicable rather than finding a million different people doing recipes in a million different ways.
Mm-hmm. Those are good thoughts. the speeds and feeds for different materials and tools would be helpful. Someone asked about ballast. I did not do any of the ballast. I didn't do the ballast box. I wanted to build it, and I kind of got caught up in the decisions involved and what kind of material and that kind of stuff. So I let it go. I let it drop off my list of things I was going to work on for this. The idea then would be to do some cuts and see what kind of quality I get out of it, and then go into looking at various ballast solutions. And the one that appeals to me most is to not use a box and simply fill all the space in the column with a epoxy granite type solution. Are there any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so in terms of epoxy granite, you can fill any of the stationary extrusions. The only ones I would not fill are the ones that make up the X-axis cable, and that's just because that's a lot of weight to shift back and forth.
Yeah. Let's see. What was the other thing? I had another question. Let's see if anybody else has any questions. Put it in the bottom of the Phoenix. You should make a swing out and up tray so you can set up a maintenance without needing to get down on the ground. Yeah. Oh, how have folks, or you or anyone, helped or worked to minimize chips and stuff on the rails and lead screws? I got 9 Mile back.
On the rails isn't too much of a problem because MGN rails come with wipers on them, and they tend to just knock them out of the way. It's not too big of a problem on the X-axis. The Z-axis needs a cleaning out with a brush every now and again.
Oh,
The really bad build-up. Yeah. The really bad build-up is in the Y-axis C-beam. We don't have a solution for it on 1.5, but it's basically it's a case of just keeping an eye on it and making sure it doesn't get too badly built up.
Mm-hmm. Any idea on the timeline of LDO CASA kits? I'm tempted to self-source.
So we're getting the team is getting 2 kits of CASA to test in the next few months. So the way we've worked it out with LDO is CASA's going to come with a few modules pre-planned. So the way CASA is built, it's built in modules. So you have the main enclosure, then you have the basement, then every single one of the electronics mounts is a module in itself. And that way you can decide what's going to go in it without having to buy everything that's on the list, for example. And all the bombs are separated into modules as well. We're going to be working with them to give them a good standard for the modules. We're not going to include electronics in there. What we're going to include is extensions to wires for the LDO kit. So you should be able to get away with most of the electronics that's already in the LDO kit. Place that in the electronics box, and anything that requires an extension, so like the end stops, the steppers, things like that, those will come in the CASA kit. But yeah, the timeline is the next few months.
Will they have acrylic, or what are the sheets they're using for those?
We don't know. We recommend acrylic, ACM, or polycarbonate. So they can choose from that list. We haven't heard anything back from them just yet.
Okay.
You can also, if you want to go ultra cheap, you can also go with 3mm plywood, and then just make sure it's treated. what I like to use is for whenever I need to make anything like durable, I'll get some truck bed liner and spray it with a few coats of that, and it makes it virtually indestructible.
This place going to, oh yeah. 9 Mile, do you have anything you wanted to put out there? Or? I'm really looking forward to trying the OS stuff because the user experience interface stuff is very appealing.
Yeah, I think that would probably be my only thing. The configuration that you're running, the RepRap firmware configuration that you're running, and the post-processor configuration that you're running for this first cut are, I think at this point, probably 9 or 10 months old. They were put out there to get self-sourcers off the ground as essentially just to give people a head start. People who have already built their kits, who've already gone through the pain of self-sourcing over months and have probably picked up a few things along the way. It's definitely not the user experience that I'm hoping a lot of people that are going to buy the LDO kits will experience when they use it for the first time, and that's what Millennium OS is designed to solve. It's a different experience, hopefully.
So as far as the build series, so I've gone through, we've built this over the last 6 weeks now. It has been a relatively painless build. There's been a couple of things that have come up here or there, but nothing really any real hindrance. How do you guys feel it's gone? Do you have any idea? Maybe is there any one thing that might have stood out as either me doing wrong or me helping? Just curious.
We had a chat about this the other day. I'll just reiterate some of the points. It's hard to forget. Sorry, it's easy to forget because we've got people like you and Nero and Modbot and Mandic who are building these parts. It's easy to forget that in terms of scope and scale, we're still quite a young project. Like your serial is number 34, and 7 of those serials are machines that the team has built themselves, or machines that don't exist anymore. We didn't have a very big pool of things to learn from, so having you around and having you and Nero and everyone else do these projects has really helped us see where we've fallen short. And now we're getting a lot more kind of mass behind the project, a lot more people asking questions that we never thought would be asked, things like that. And it really helps us at the end of the day. And it's a weird thing to say, but you guys making mistakes shows us where we need to be better. And we're very glad that you guys had very relatively easy times building it, because it means that we've done something right at the very least. But we're also very glad that you guys make mistakes.
Yeah, it's always, at least for me, it's always tough when I'm building something, I run into a problem, and trying to make sure that comes across in a constructive way. And even if it's frustrating in the moment, and no matter what the cause is, maybe it's a core design thing, maybe it's the way LDO put together the kit, whatever. But what makes that all okay, and what has made it okay for almost every build I've done, is the feedback from the groups that of the thing that I'm building. And you guys have been great. You're listening, you're liking some of the stuff that's being done. I'm seeing changes that are coming up based on the feedback that came in. So to answer real quick Thomas's comment in chat, well, I did use REI's method for building X and Y for this build series, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like we said the other day, if you started again and you had no idea what was going on, but we had all the feedback that you and Nero have given us, right? And you went back through all the documentation and things all like that. Over the last 6 weeks, right, we've changed so much just in that small amount of time that I think a lot of it would be kind of unrecognizable or vast or improved to a point where you probably wouldn't have had those problems.
Yeah. Yep. So where are we at? So looking for next steps for me and stream content for this machine. I definitely understand the want to see like Millennium OS put on it, and actually once I've figured out how to use it a little more, going through setting up a program and doing a project with it. So that is hopefully the big reason I have, or one of the reasons I have the Tuesday streams now, is to be able to cover that kind of stuff. So as it goes, that would be probably the spot, unless for some reason I needed something to do on a Sunday. But I get the want to see further content on this, so it'll be on my mind for sure.
I can always recommend Hearts of Iron as a good mod because it's a huge performance boost.
Oh yeah, I was looking at that. I was watching someone did a series of videos on the Millennium or the Milo, and it was probably 8 or 9 months ago they published it, where they were going through the whole process of machining the Hearts of Iron mod. I don't remember what channel that was.
Probably Phil. It'd be probably Philip Stratman. He's known as Aramco Phil on the Discord.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so for anybody who isn't aware, so the spindle mount here is all 3D printed. It does bolt to a, what is that, 12 or more millimeter thick aluminum plate. There is a good early project mod to mill aluminum. They're two, I don't know how thick they are, but two aluminum basically brackets that bolt the spindle directly to the aluminum plate, and then there's a pretty printed parts to go around it to keep it looking neat.
We have also recommended to LDO to include one of the clamps so that you get the rigidity, a big amount of rigidity out of the box, but then you also have the opportunity to machine the top clamp yourself.
My initial thought, if you talk about that, is if you are putting one in, if your printed parts aren't great, then you could be tweaking the spindle across that bracket, that one bracket, when you tighten the top of the printed part, unless you would be only mounting it with that metal bracket.
Yeah, so you can get away with just one metal bracket.
You can, okay.
So, yeah.
What is your guys' favorite Fusion Cam tutorial? I think we touched on that, but we can touch on it again. There's quite a few, right?
NYC CNC, because they break down operation by operation and a lot of things that you need to think about whilst doing cam setup. So yeah, NYCNC on YouTube, they're probably easiest, hands down, the best at doing operation by operation.
Let me paste the link here. That one right there, right? As you move on from building printers to metalwork.
Correct.
What is the timeline on V2?
No comment.
Good answer. Good answer. We talked about this, and just the idea of these hobbyist projects and how release schedules work, and it's all so dependent on the availability of folks involved and motivation and that it's very difficult to put a timeline on something without putting people under undue pressure.
We also want to make sure that people are getting the benefit out of their kits, so we kind of put it as standard. We talked about a standard for the lifetime of kits, and it's effectively you want a good year before the next version comes out, so that people can actually enjoy their machines. Because if we're putting out new versions of Milo every 6 months,
Yeah.
it's gonna feel really bad when you just bought one and they've already released something that's better.
Yep. Absolutely. Let's get these out there, get people using them. You're going to learn more for the next version as these get used. If you tried to design V2 right now, it would not be as good as it will be a year from now. G Bell mentioned that this moves. Yes, the table I have it on is terrible. So the only reason this is moving as it is because the table I have it on is absolutely horrid, but it's what I have right now.
That brings up a good point as well, one that never really gets talked about. You don't have to have it on the TPU feet. If that's there just to kind of save the whole, oh, I can move it out of the way when I'm not using it type of idea. You can remove the feet entirely and just bolt it directly to a table.
Yeah.
And that will probably give you the best performance out of it.
Yeah. Agreed. The TPU feet are a good stopgap, but having a more solid base is definitely good. And yeah, sorry folks, I went to the New York CNC channel and their intro, because I'm not subscribed, their intro plays automatically and I didn't realize it was playing. These projects are phenomenal for folks like me who just build stuff. Me. I have a full wood shop in my garage I had long before I ever got a 3D printer. Tools are tools. And the hobby is building the tools. Does CASA 2 match with bolt? Is there provisions in there for bolting the machine to it?
Yeah, so the way Rev 2 works is obviously you've got your blind jointed frame, and that gives it the most strength possible. You've tried to get rid of most of the corner clamps and things like that. The one exception to that is because we wanted CASA to also work with V2 in future. So instead of having a fixed point for the two extrusions that move over the bed and blind joint those down, it's the only part of the entire structure that has the 90-degree corner connectors. That way you can move it in and out depending on what machine you have in there, and you can just bolt it directly to those extrusions.
Awesome. Is there a relative performance difference between the 120 and 240 volt spindles? Do we know? I don't know.
Not really, no.
Not really. As long as at the same power output, they're equivalent.
At the same, so if you're talking, the thing is, our spindles are just too quick for some tooling. So to give you kind of an idea, in industry, 10,000 RPM is considered an ultra high speed spindle.
Yeah.
But those are 4 to 5 horsepower minimum spindles. So they're chunky pieces of equipment. The type of spindles that we are limited to because of size and cost, they're, I think, 4-pole or something like that. And the more poles you have, the more torque you can have at your lower RPM. But it's a whole thing.
And at the price point you're looking for, this is where you need to be with the spindles.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Someone asked about this Millennium or the Inception vise here, and I did buy the work stop piece, and then they have options, relatively inexpensive soft jaws if you needed something that you could either machine a shape out of or just have a extra leeway for maybe accidentally running into it. But someone was asking about, so during the course of this build, I made many tweaks to the printed parts, and I designed a few parts that alternate parts, like the hand wheels. I'm really proud of the hand wheels. I like how they turned out. Most of the tweaks I did were just for little printability things. Fill it in the wrong spot, stuff that bugged me that wouldn't necessarily bug the average builder. I am going to put all of those on my GitHub. Anybody who wants them, including the team, I'll be putting them out there with CAD and the STLs. The tilt back mod that I did here, I'm going to throw out there. Although the spindles, the VFD side of it, I may make a simplified version that won't be as dependent, won't be shaped to the VFD like mine is. So that will all be out there. Huh?
Yeah, that's a good point though. That I bring up a lot. A lot of times we're asked why we didn't do things in this way or that way, or do this relatively better. And a lot of the time I'll answer them by saying, because we're not designing for peak performance, what we're designing is a platform in which a community can work around to make it their own. I think it's the same kind of concept with Voron, where nowadays the baseline 2.4 or the baseline Trident probably isn't the best performance-wise, but it's a great platform in which the community can do what they want with it. And that's kind of the same design characteristics we have with Milo.
Do you guys have any recommendations on those touch probes? I see another question in chat. Is there a specific one or something? Is there a feature to watch out for? Like, don't get the ones that have this feature or whatever, or because there's hundreds of clone or different variations of those out there, I guess, or they all look the same but from a different brand.
If you can, they're pretty OEM, so they're the same thing made by with a different company's name on them a lot of the time. They're all made in the same factory, effectively. What we will say is, if you can find one with a is it normally closed or normally open knife?
Normally closed.
Yeah, if you can find one with normally closed, it's better. Normally closed switch is better because you can detect line breaks with it.
Okay.
But a lot of the ones that are on the market are normally open. They're still fine to use. You just can't detect a line break on them.
Let's see. It's good to know. I need to go shopping for one.
One of the reasons for putting a specific touch probe check into Millennium OS was to make sure that the probe's been detected before using it, specifically because if you're using a normally open probe, you can't tell whether it's plugged in or not.
Is brass...
Bill,
oh, go ahead.
Bill made a good point. You're gonna crash your probe at some stage, or accidentally split it up. It's a good idea to buy some extra nibs.
Mr. Caveman, my revised parts I'm going to put on my GitHub and just leave it up to whoever wants to reference them or use them or whatever. Anything that is just a remix of the files here, what license do you release the printed files under? I didn't.
GNU3.
Okay, so that's GPL3, right? Is that the same thing?
Yeah, I think it's GNU.
Yeah.
GNU GPL3.
Okay, so that's the same license we use with Voron. So the reason I ask is because for anything that was a remix, I was going to match your license. Anything that I designed from scratch, I was going to put out as GPL3. Sounds like it's the same thing. So, and there will probably be, I'll probably organize it into remixes and fresh parts out there. And then it'll be just, I have no expectations that the feedback that I give and the changes I suggest be actually implemented. when I do one of these. I have expectations that I'm heard, and then whatever ends up, whatever is best for the project is up to you. So.
Oh, don't get us wrong, Steve. We're definitely stealing some of your stuff.
And I wasn't implying that
No.
you weren't going to or anything. I just wanted to put that out there, and I need to start doing that more when I enter into a community project like this, because for myself, I'm always wondering how I'm coming across. So I want to put it out there early that, hey, I'm going to do this stuff. I'm going to suggest. Don't feel like I need you to do what I say. Is the idea. So
I think
Yeah, don't worry. We have long conversations a lot on the dev team about what we should do, what we can take from other people, what we can learn, what we shouldn't. It's an ongoing process.
I'm one of the newer members of the team, and I think it's still very obvious that there's areas that people are hitting with building these kits and things that they're running into that none of us in the development team have actually hit. So the feedback from people building the kits is always just incredibly helpful. Like I've been head down in the machine for basically a year at this point, and I think it's very easy to be too close to the project and not see how someone new coming into it sees it. So it's very helpful to have new people come in and actually share their like honest feedback about what's going on and whether it was a good experience or a bad experience and what would make it a good experience.
Hey, that's going to be me soon. Fun fact, I still have not done a single cut personally on v1.5. I've never used the machine. I always sent, because of my living situation, I wasn't able to do it. I always had to send it off to Dave for testing.
I've done one, so I'm not much better.
Yeah, Phil and Dave are pretty much our crash testers.
yeah, I'm sad Dave couldn't be here, but other obligations, so he's having fun. I think with that, we're going to call it, unless there's any last second stuff here. Whenever that happens, 2.0 is going to be a completely different machine. So that answers Daniel's question there. And then we chatted a little bit about 4th or 5th axis systems, and the smaller ones you may be able to get working, but that would be very much in the blaze your own path realm. So thank you so much, both of you, to the entire team. I am hugely grateful for you coming on and spending this last stream with me, doing the first cuts. I am going to be using this for further projects. So, and a huge thanks to LDO for providing, for bringing this kit to market, for one thing, and then providing one for me and some other folks to show the build process. So, with that, thanks again. If you guys want to stay on for a couple of seconds, just so I can get close out, but everyone else, appreciate it. Thanks again to LDO and Polymaker. Thanks to everybody who gifted memberships or became members. We will be back on Tuesday, my Tuesday evening stream on the Green V2, and then next week we'll be back on the Rook. So we'll finish off the Rook build, and then after that, hopefully start the Black Box. So thanks again, everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend into the week. Take care and enjoy the build.